on proposed local law 3. The rules are simple. People have signed up when they walked into the building tonight, and they will get to speak at the podium. We're using the podium. There was a mic there, and everyone wants to hear what everyone's saying. There will be no time limit on speakers. So, let's begin. The first speaker is Gregory Lazaro. Good evening, everyone. My name is Gregory Lazaro. I live on Shamrock Avenue. I've been a resident in Seneca Falls for 29 years, and I'm a tax-paying citizen. Against the advice of our attorney, we are here at a public hearing on a proposed local law. After what started out as a contentious year with Seneca Meadows, we finally reached a point where we were having positive conversation, listening to one another, and moving forward in the right direction. We have heard from many constituents and people on both sides of the issue. We have heard this as a board, and we decided to negotiate. We have heard from many at many forums we've had 3. We've heard from people as petitioners. We've heard from people who have written letters to the paper and various emails. We as a board decided to negotiate, and we're doing so in good faith. Due to this meeting tonight, we could lose all the positive momentum that we have gained this year. I will not be a part of this hearing. Negotiating a new host agreement is the only way to move forward. On a personal note, I asked for this meeting to be changed to another date because I had a personal out-of-town commitment. I changed that out-of-town commitment and I'm now leaving tomorrow morning. Not one member who voted to have this public hearing wanted to accommodate my conflict. Since April, I have done everything to accommodate other schedules. The people of Seneca Falls spoke on November 8th. It is hard to lose an election, but accept defeat and take a back seat until your term is over. Take the example that Eric Cantor did in 2014, when in a congressional district in Virginia, he lost his primary. He resigned from his leadership post and stood back until his term ended. I'm leaving this hearing now. I'm not taking part in this public hearing tonight. Thank you. Good night.
Can we run this without the... Thank you. Yes, I can see us here. I apologize ahead of time if I mispronounce anybody's name. I really, the rules pretty much have been established as far as you can get up and talk as long as you want. I just hope we can be respectful to one another. And the first speaker would be Jeff Shipley.
Good evening, board. My name is Jeff Shipley, you got that right. I am the president of these. Can you hear me?
Is it working?
I think so.
Yep. Okay.
All right, let's try that again. My name is Jeff Shipley. I'm the president and CEO of the Seneca County Chamber of Commerce. We are one of the largest business advocacy organizations in the region, and we're located here in the town of Seneca Falls. I'm personally a town of Waterloo resident and taxpayer, I guess, going off of Mr. Lazaro. I've previously addressed this board several times before, so my comments are largely going to be the same. I'm doing this tonight to put it on the record for this public hearing. So, having addressed this board, as I mentioned on multiple occasions, I'm here tonight to relay concerns for the modified local law number 3, 2016. As stated in the previous sessions that I've attended, my concern for the local law, like local law 7, is that its stated intent targets a specific business in such a way that's unnecessary, in my opinion, unwarranted and unjust. I believe that every law-abiding business in our community, should be treated equally and with respect for the important contributions they bring to our community. I do not believe that local law number 3 of 2016 affords either equal or respectful treatment to an important member of the current business community. The merits of the local law proposal and its predecessor have been debated ad nausea over the last several months. It's my understanding that the community is protected from future landfill creation, expansion through the local law of 1998 by, I believe, a similar name. In addition, countless, as I've said before, countless zoning, environmental, and water regulations are in existence that could easily prevent a future landfill from ever being sited in this community. So further, moving forward with this proposed local law sets a dangerous precedent, in my opinion, and continues to exacerbate the problematic and over-regulatory business environment that is so pervasive in New York State. And so with that, I urge you to stand down on this local law proposal. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jean Pearson.
Good evening, my name is Gene Pierce. Excuse me. I am a business owner in Seneca County, own Nap Winery and Vineyard Restaurant, and also have the very distinct honor of serving as the board chair of the Seneca County Chamber of Commerce. As Jeff stated, the chamber has feelings regarding this and how it impacts seems to impact a specific business. Seems to impact a specific business within the community. I might add that the chamber board, which consists of a very diverse group of individuals made up of Seneca County business people, has had extensive conversation about that and unanimously support our mission, which is to support businesses within this county. And for that reason, we are very supportive of not seeing this particular law passed. If you have a business here who employs many, many people, it's obviously has some controversy, but once again, we as a Chamber of Commerce feel we need to support our business people. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Doug Avery.
Good evening. My name is Doug Avery. My wife and I live at 54 Cayuga Street in Seneca Falls. I hope tonight to illustrate to the town board and to the public that passage of Local Law 3 is the only way to bring about closure of this unfortunate chapter in our town's history. Recent actions taken by Seneca Meadows and Progressive Waste point to a corporation confident in its ability to continue operation far into the future. They continue to purchase real estate around the footprint of the existing landfill, often at many times the assessed value. Their purchase of the Tarjack property is public knowledge. Now word is out that they've recently purchased a farm in Waterloo for several $1 million. They've invested millions to upgrade the intersection at their entrance and subsidize construction of the new rail spur. They attempted to enter into a 30-year contract to accept New York City garbage delivered by trash train. In the run-up to this month's election, they blanketed the town of Seneca Falls with blatantly self-serving robocalls. This followed weeks of glossy mailings about our taxes, each one more inflammatory and fear-mongering than the last. First, loss of landfill revenue was going to double our taxes. Then it would triple our taxes, or we would lose our police and recreation departments. Finally, it would triple our taxes and we would lose police and recreation. There are some in our community who think of Seneca Falls as a kind, benevolent partner. They couldn't be more wrong. If I were planning to operate a landfill in any community, I would do three things immediately. First, I would enter into a financial agreement with the community, thereby making my facility indispensable to the local taxpayers. Check. Second, I would make very public donations to local nonprofits, making sure a photo commemorating each donation appears in the local newspaper. Check. Of course, these very same donations will help me with my own corporate taxes. Finally, I would publicly wine and dine local government officials at every opportunity. Sadly, this can be checked off as well. This is Landfill 101, and the corporate executives have proven to be excellent students. How else could our town have been convinced to become a dumping ground for 12 million pounds of other people's garbage each and every day? I don't fault the landfill for doing its job well. I fault our own past town executives who interpreted this as anything other than the corporate interference and self-serving manipulation that it was. These are not the actions of a corporation that intends to go away simply because a host community agreement expires. These are the actions of a corporation that has bought its way into our community and won't leave until they're pushed out the door. We now have an opportunity to bring about closure of the landfill. The landfill's town permit has already expired and not been renewed pending resolution of the odor problems. Their DEC operating permit expires next year. The existing host agreement, community agreement is winding down. The only thing that's missing is local legislation that puts the town of Seneca Falls in the strongest possible bargaining position and allows it to protect itself by mandating a hard closure of Seneca Meadows no later than December 31st, 2025. I have one final point. Notice of tonight's meeting was carried on Channel 10 WHEC out of Rochester this morning. Their brief report stated that those favoring passage of the new law want the landfill to close in 2025. It stated that those who oppose passage want to wait until a plan is in place for dealing with Seneca Falls' own garbage. Ladies and gentlemen, if Local Law 3 is passed now, you have 9 years to devise a plan that most communities already have in place. If you can't meet that deadline, you need to rethink whether or not you're qualified to occupy a space at that table. Thank you.
The next speaker is Karen Rothus.
Hello, good evening. My name is Karen Rothus and I live in Waterloo on West River Street. I am speaking in support of Local Law Number 3. Local Law 3 puts the landfill on notice that they are done in 2025 and they should plan accordingly. It also gives the town of Seneca Falls some time to work on their budget and have a working budget in place by 2025, a budget that does not require landfill money. Local Law 3 is about planning. Good town governance and management requires it. Seneca Meadows have no intention of closing the landfill in 2025 as per the current host agreement. And even with a local law, it is likely that the landfill will sue the town of Seneca Falls at some point so they can stay open for the next 50 plus years and dictate what the host agreement will be. Local Law 3 is important because it gives the town the upper hand in court. If the law is established now, it gives the landfill notice of the town's intentions. The landfill cannot get a renewal permit from the DEC if the town has a law forbidding landfills. And when the landfill sues the town, the courts will see that a law has been put into place that forbids it, and the town will have the law on their side. This is why Seneca Meadows is so adamantly against this law. It takes the power out of their hands and puts the power in the hands of the town. The landfill has sent out a lot of propaganda saying the town faces dire financial circumstances if the law is passed. This just isn't true. Pass local law 3, and then make it a priority to communicate to the town's constituents the real impact and how that impact will be lessened by your good planning. Pass local law 3. It represents smart and responsible government that puts the interests of the community ahead of the landfill. Lastly, local law 3 must be passed either tonight or before the end of this year. If it is allowed to be delayed past that time, the chances of it ever being passed are slim to none. Now is the time for responsible action.
The next speaker is Jan Levali.
I'm Jan Levali. I've been a resident of Seneca Falls for 42 years. Most would agree that it is certainly not an easy assignment to stand before the town board and public audience and speak out against a multi-billion-dollar corporation who has inculcated itself into the very fabric of our town, so much so that we have grown to believe it is a crucial, if not essential, element to our own economic stability. Yet here I am standing before you, along with a grassroots group of loyal townsfolk doing just that very thing. It has come down to one decisive truth. We either continue the status quo of accepting money from this giant octopus of a company masquerading as our great benefactor, or we choose to stop and try to salvage a bit of our fallen dignity by regaining control over the quality of the dirty air, dirty soil, and dirty water that this landfill has foisted upon us, and by taking back total responsibility of our own economy. We have become the dumping ground for the garbage from state after state, city after city, all who are guilty of wanting to get rid of their trash, except not in their own backyard. Just how did this mega dump ever land in our own backyard is a question that most of us sitting here in this room tonight cannot truthfully answer. Still, we are assigned the ominous task of dealing with the multi-millions of tons of garbage, sludge, leachate, and detritus that will remain with us long after every person in this room has expired, and for all generations to come in perpetuity. Tonight, I ask each of our dedicated town board members to tackle this assignment, to search your conscience well, to ponder the long-term manifestation of health-related consequences that this landfill brings to our beautiful Seneca Falls and Finger Lakes region. Ponder in your hearts how each one of you might offer explanation to your own grandchildren or great-grandchild who would ask, as mine have, and I quote, "Grammy, what is that big mountain, and why does it smell so awful? I don't like it," unquote. I ask you to vote tonight to enable local law number 3. The economics of losing the landfill's tax base is but a small stumbling block to overcome compared to compromising the health of our individual taxpayers and, frankly, of losing our taxpayers themselves. Our future taxpayers, our youth, will not come back to live here. They will not come back to use our natural resources or to be contributing members of our community anymore. The environmental travesty of this mega landfill is a slap in the face to our parents and teachers, our community volunteers, our police department, firefighters, healthcare providers, and all those responsible citizens who have dedicated their lives to making our town a beautiful place in which to live and healthfully raise our children. If we work together in the next 7 years, we can and will come up with strategic, viable solutions to counterbalance the loss of tax-based income and loss of valuable jobs. The landfill is run by a multi-billion-dollar corporation of out-of-town business-suited executives who do not care about Seneca Falls. As the well-known saying goes, it's business, it's not personal, they might say. But it assuredly is personal to us here in Seneca Falls. We only get one chance at creating a healthy, enriching life for our children and ourselves. Let's not blow this assignment. Let the vote to enable local law number 3 occur this very night. Many thanks.
The next speaker is Jill Byington.
Yes, and I live in Waterloo. And I would just like to state that this is the Seneca Falls Waste Disposal Law, nothing else. Nothing else than that. I woke up 2 days ago to let out the cat, and there it was, the stink of the dump. I live 4 miles away. For 30 years, this dump has been growing, and for 20 years, the stink was quiet. But the greed is bigger, the dump is bigger. Seneca Meadows is inappropriate. It is unbecoming, unsuitable, and an insult to the people who live here. Seneca Falls, I have to ask, why are you letting this happen? I have a health concern. I want to speak to this health concern. On the New York State Department of Health, there is a website, and it's titled Important Things to Know About Landfill Gases. So methane, we know methane happens, but we don't really smell it. Methane does make up 90 to 98% of the greenhouse gases, and that's not a good thing, we all know. It is the gas that we smell. That is my biggest concern, ammonia. This is the pungent, strong smell. And here is what New York State Department of Health says about ammonia. Ammonia interacts with the respiratory tract, causing an inflammatory response that will damage the cells of the lungs. If you can smell it, it is affecting your lungs. That's how it works. So I'm here tonight to speak for myself, and I am also very concerned for everyone in this town. Whether you are for or against the dump, this local law protects you. It is your town. You get to have it your way. I am going to lose my home. It is becoming uninhabitable. And I'm referring to the stink. 20 years of investment into my home, a home I built with my own 2 hands, will come to an end. I will move away. I will not subject myself to the pollution of this landfill. For me, it's too late, but it's not too late for everyone. I wholeheartedly support passing this law. Why? Why would anyone oppose this law? It hurts no one. It does not say our taxes will double or triple. It states that we can say this. We want to protect the well-being, the health, and safety of our citizens. It states how important this community is. Seneca Falls is a world-renowned destination. This is true. And like it or not, Seneca Falls, you are the gateway to the Finger Lakes. I say pass this law tonight. You have tailored it to this town. Good job, town board. I think it's ready to go. This law puts a limit on the time the landfill can operate. Seneca Meadows has stated that they will close in 2025. So why would they oppose this law? It hurts no one. And I have one final comment. You know, this law is like planting a tree. A tree is only big and beautiful because someone had the foresight to plant it before you were born. Thank you.
The next speaker is Gardner.
Good evening. I'm Kent Gardner, Chief Economist at the Center for Governmental Research in Rochester.
Can't hear you.
I'm Kent Gardner, Center for Governmental Research in Rochester. We were engaged to calculate the fiscal impact of the landfill closure. I've spoken to you twice before, so I'll make this brief. You have an affidavit summarizing my comments as well as the report that we developed for Seneca Meadows. So I'll just reinforce 4 points. First is that the revenue from Seneca Meadows totals about $2.7 million that would have to be replaced in the absence of the landfill. And as a consequence of the math of that, the arithmetic says the taxes would in fact somewhat more than double in the absence of the $2.7 million in annual revenue. The second point is that to replace that revenue with property taxes would require a new development valued at about $522 million, which is a steep hill to climb. Third, point out that the employment and payroll impacts within the county, we estimate the total employment and payroll, both direct and spillover, to be about 120, and the total payroll associated with that is slightly more than $5 million. And then finally, I would make the point that there are indeed volunteer contributions made by SMI to communities, to community organizations. The cash and the in-kind totals about $250,000. Thank you.
The next speaker is Betty Steele.
Good evening. My name is Betty Steele and I reside in Waterloo. I believe you need to pass this local law for the following reasons. As a registered nurse, I needed to research possible...
I hear you.
A bit louder.
Put the mic next to your mouth.
As a registered nurse, I needed to research possible adverse effects of living near a landfill. It was not difficult to find studies on this issue. According to the U.S. Geological Survey fact sheet, there are certain regulations to manage the disposal of solid waste. Most landfills are required to use liners and leachate collection systems to minimize leakage. However, leachate collection pipes can fail due to cracks, collapse from the weight of the landfill, or fill with sediment, and can clog up in less than a decade. The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency has concluded that all landfills will eventually leak into the environment. Thus, the fate and transport of leachate into the environment from both old and modern landfills is a potentially serious environmental problem. According to the EPA, and I quote, "First, even the best liner and leachate collection system will ultimately fail," unquote. According to the Center for Health and Environmental Justice, landfill failure fact studies, the CHEJ, studies show that a 10-acre landfill may have a leak rate of between 0.2 and 10 gallons per day should a liner fail. People may be exposed to landfill gases either at the landfill itself or in their communities. Gases can move through the landfill surface to ambient air. Odors from day-to-day landfill activities are indicative of gases moving above ground. Of course, the prevailing wind will determine where odors will concentrate. According to the New York State Department of Health, odors from landfills are caused primarily by ammonia and hydrogen sulfide, which are produced during the breakdown of waste material. Short-term exposures, typically up to about 2 weeks, to elevated levels of ammonia and hydrogen sulfide in the air can cause complaints of eye, throat, and lung irritation, as well as nausea, headache, nasal blockage, and aggravation of asthma. Symptoms are alleviated only when exposure ceases. Fetuses, infants, children, the elderly, and people with chronic illnesses are generally thought to be more vulnerable to the effects of these gases and therefore experience toxic effects at lower doses than the adult population. According to the CHEJ landfill failure FACT studies, volatile organic compounds, or VOCs, including styrene and methylbenzene in styrofoam, which is common to landfills, can combine in the air with other chemicals on warm days. Because these compounds react to heat, they form ground level ozone, which can cause breathing problems, reduce lung function, eye irritation, stuffy nose, and reduce resistance to cold and other infections. One study was reviewed of New York City Sanitation Department employees working at the Fishkill landfill. That study indicated that those workers reported a significantly higher prevalence of work-related respiratory, dermatological, neurologic, and hearing problems than the control group. Respiratory and dermatological symptoms were not associated with any specific job, title, or task other than working at the landfill. Yet another study stated there is an indication of increased risk of asthma in adults living near landfills. So how much exposure to the noxious gases, which we deal with daily, is too much? Remember the most vulnerable of the population I spoke about previously? How will we explain to our children that money won out over their future health and the environment? We are playing with the health and welfare of the populations of both Seneca Falls and Waterloo and beyond. Who will have to deal with ensuring the monitoring of this landfill even after closure for years, even decades to come? I believe the law must pass to ensure that no further landfill expansion can ever proceed and that there is an eventual end date for closure. Why should we, who have tolerated this landfill filled with mostly other people's garbage and who have been exposed to these potentially harmful odors for so long, allow the state and DEC to eventually decide for us? We all deserve a voice, and our children, grandchildren, and future generations deserve better. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker, Vincent Lai.
Thanks for your time. I'm Vincent Lai. I live on Lower Lake Road in the town of Seneca Falls. I've lived here for 26 years. Land, water, air, the basics of life. Continued expansion of Seneca Meadows without an agreed end date jeopardizes these basic needs for all living creatures. Right now, we are at a crossroads. One path is the easy path. to continue with Seneca Meadows with no end in sight and no passage of the law, of this new law that local law number 3. If we don't pass that, we continue to get the money from Seneca Meadows, but the welfare, the health and the welfare of this town and all the adjacent counties, Ontario, Tompkins, Wayne, Cayuga, and more important, the health of the unborn babies yet to come into this world. We must be their voice, because when they come into this world, they won't have a choice. We have a choice right now. We can have an end date, finally. Of course, not passing the law, that's the path favored by Seneca Meadows. After all, they've been fighting hard all these years, and they've accelerated their fight in 2016 with all the unwanted propaganda flyers that I find in my mailbox and you find in your mailboxes. With all the slanted propaganda. Spending all that money to scare taxpayers. And not only do they try to scare the taxpayers, but they also use these methods to try to scare the board. They lobby and use their efforts to influence. In my opinion, Seneca Meadows, they want their cash cow that brings millions and millions to go on, and they don't want any end in sight. Ever. So we must pass local law number 3. We must take the other path. It's a tougher path, but it's a choice, it's a path with principle. It's a path that we need to have so that we could write in stone that the end is 2025, December 2025. And that really does give this town board whoever's on the town board during those years, it gives 9 years to wean ourselves off of the money that comes from the dump. Seneca Falls has leaders sharp enough to come up with alternative solutions to town finances so that the transition in 2025 will be less of a burden to taxpayers. It's time to pass this local law number 3. Please do it tonight. Thank you.
Next speaker is Kyle Black.
Good evening. I'd like to thank the board for the opportunity to speak again tonight about this very important matter. My name is Kyle Black, and I maintain a business address at 1786 Saltman Road, Waterloo, New York. I am the district manager for Seneca Meadows, Inc. I have been employed in my current position since April 2015, for which I served as director of operations for multiple company landfills for 10 plus years. I am making this statement to address the findings and purpose contained in the currently pending Town of Seneca Falls Waste Disposal Law, which assert that the waste management operations within the Town of Seneca Falls are causing deleterious effects from odors, traffic safety, noise, dust, and property values, as well as the orderly development of properties within the town. The currently pending Town of Seneca Falls Waste Disposal Law also asserts that sufficient funds do not exist for closure and post-closure care of the facility, but then fails to account for the significant financial negative impact to the town and its residents were the law to pass. While the current members of the town board have stated their intention that the proposed local law will not impact SMI's operations within the town until 2025, not only is SMI's facility the only current operating solid waste management facility within the town that could be impacted by the proposed local law, but there are also provisions within the proposed local law which lack sufficient clarity to preclude their potential impact on SMI's operations prior to 2025. While the proposed law suggests that the facility results in offensive and unreasonable impacts to the community, when examined in turn, it is clear that the findings are inaccurate and are greatly overstated. The odors in the Town of Seneca Falls, the Town of Seneca Falls has been kept fully informed of the aggressive efforts being pursued to address the odor issues that had developed at the facility in this past 12 months. I have personally provided numerous updates to the town board and public on these activities and the progress that has been made. SMI has never denied the issue or avoided our responsibility to mitigate the odors. We have been working closely with the DEC to take steps that not only deal with the immediate issue, but also will proactively prevent similar issues in the future. Constructing and implementing the mitigation measures, however, has taken time, and we are moving as quickly as possible. We have been implementing a robust odor control plan since January 2016, which includes, but is not limited to, the following elements: installation of 33 new gas collection wells, construction of improvements to the intermediate cover, relocation of the waste placement operations to a more advantageous area, installation of larger gas collection pipes, engineering and getting approval for the DEC for an impermeable plastic and clay cap, including additional gas collection systems, and installation of a temporary impermeable geomembrane cap. To date, SMI has completed approximately 80% of the odor control plan and is continuing to diligently move forward with the remainder of the work. While evaluating odors over the life of the facility, however, it becomes clear that the recent problem is atypical. Prior to 2016, and since 2004, when odor complaint records are available electronically, an average of only 6.6 complaints were received per month. The Part 360 operating permit from DEC, attached as Exhibit A, contains extensive provisions related to odor control. In addition, the facility has operations, maintenance, and monitoring plan, which includes a comprehensive odor control plan as shown in Section 16 in Appendix E. A complete copy of the operations, maintenance, and monitoring plan is attached in Exhibit B. The odor control plan includes the expedited handling of odorous material, the placement of daily intermediate cover, provisions of sufficient labor and equipment to assure that the waste in working areas are placed, compacted, and covered quickly, the use of a gas collection system, and the use of an odor neutralization system. SMI employs a team dedicated to monitoring off-site odor issues and providing real-time response that travels the public roads surrounding the facility on a daily basis. The facility has continued to comply with the odor control plan during the last year, including responding to the complaints from the public. We have had much success in reducing the odors. Our team has implemented these new mitigation efforts and committed to continuing actively, aggressively pursuing these lines of cooperation with the town and the DEC. Traffic safety. While the findings of the local law allege that the facility creates safety threats from traffic, that statement is an exaggeration. The proposed local law contains no factual statements to support the allegation of safety hazards because upon information and belief, There is no factual support for this assertion. Indeed, SMI attempted to obtain information regarding traffic incidents involving long-haul trucks and/or local garbage trucks from the local county and state police, but were informed that traffic incident information was not kept in that fashion. Rather, accident reports are only kept by the name of the individual involved in the accident or the address at which it occurred, making it nearly impossible to attribute an accident to SMI's operations. Since I have been employed at the facility, I can only recall there being 3 traffic incidents involving long-haul trucks carrying waste to the facility traveling along Route 414 or other routes within the town. At least 2 of those incidents were weather-related, an issue faced by all trucks traveling in the area in the winter regardless of what they're carrying. The long-haul trucks used to carry waste to the facility are independently operated and strictly regulated by the state of New York to assure that they are operated safely. Indeed, the New York State Police frequently conduct inspections of the long-haul trucks traveling to the facility that are complying with all the safety regulations right outside the facility on State Route 414. Also, I cannot recall any traffic incidents involving any local garbage trucks. Noise and dust. The proposed law's findings relative to noise and dust are completely unfounded. While each of these issues is covered by SMI's DEC permit, see Exhibit A, conversations with DEC's employees have confirmed that the agency itself has never received any complaints regarding noise or dust from the facility. The Part 360 regulations specify maximum sound levels from landfill equipment or operations at the landfill boundaries that adjoin properties that are zoned or otherwise authorized for residential purposes. The regulations specify sound level limits for daytime and nighttime periods for the rural, suburban, and urban community characters. The Operations, Maintenance, and Monitoring Plan, Exhibit B, contains a detailed noise monitoring plan that includes noise surveys performed at a number of representative boundary locations adjoining residential properties during the annual period of high activity facility operations and construction, typically in the summer months. The result of the noise surveys are reported in the facility's annual report to the DEC, which is a requirement of the facility's operations permit, and any issues are identified and mitigated. 10 years worth of annual noise surveys are attached in Exhibit C. The annual noise surveys demonstrate that SMI has consistently met the requirements of the DEC regulations regarding the allowable noise of the facility. While SMI has received some limited noise complaints over the years, they average approximately 5 per year, and it is determined that the noise causing the complaint is not originating from the facility on many of those occasions. In those instances when a noise has originated from the facility, it has been quickly mitigated and processes put in place to prevent an issue in the future. Please see Exhibit C. The facility also has detailed protocols for assuring that litter and dust do not impact the surrounding properties and the town in general. See Exhibit A. For instance, the facility uses the following methods to control dust: water applications on paved and unpaved roads using water trucks, enforcement of road speed limits, street sweepers on paved roads, visual inspections to assess when dust control measures need to be implemented and or increased, and placement of vegetated cover over waste placement in construction areas. The facility uses the following methods to control litter: covered waste trucks that are not allowed to untarp before they're inside the facility and actually at the working phase, street sweepers on paved roads, 30-foot perimeter litter fences, 12-foot portable litter fences, and daily and intermediate cover placement. We are extremely proactive, and our daily activities include extensive protocols to prevent negative impacts from the facility to the residents of the town. Property values and development of other town properties. The proposed local law suggests that property values and the orderly development of properties within the town have been negatively impacted by the facility. However, these findings of the proposed local law also fail to have any basis of fact or underlying analysis. Under the terms of the current host community agreement with the town, SMI has already committed to compensate property owners within 3/4 of a mile of the facility. A copy of the property value protection plan is attached as Exhibit D. In the nearly 20 years that the property value protection program has been in place, there has never been a need for SMI to pay a single claim. Thus, it is utterly unclear what negative impact property value impacts the local law is referencing. as it is obvious that those properties most likely to suffer from an impact are within the radius of the plan. The proposed local law also alleges that waste management activities within the town of Seneca Falls are preventing the orderly development of properties within the town, specifically related to truck traffic. However, all of the following commercial and industrial operations have been newly developed or expanded along the Route 414 in the town while the facility has been fully operational. The Super Walmart, Bonadent, Microtel, Hampton Inn, Monroe Muffler, Rite Aid Pharmacy, Generations Bank, Lions Bank, Advanced Auto Parts, and Verizon. The extensive commercial and industrial development that has occurred along Route 414 in the town in the last 10 years demonstrates that any allegation the development of the town has been impeded by SMI, particularly commercial development in close proximity to the SMI facility, is utterly baseless. Financial assurance for closure and post-closure activities. The implication in the proposed local law's finding that sufficient funds may not be available to address environmental concerns is baseless. Part 360 regulations contain detailed requirements to assure that financial resources exist to both close the facility and provide for post-closure care of the facility. The regulations go so far as to require that the financial assurance available is for the most expensive option for both closure and post-closure. The financial assurance for the facility must be reviewed and approved by the DEC on an annual basis. Currently, the facility has a standby letter of credit from U.S. Bank National Association, which provides that in the event of default by SMI, the bank will step in and provide the funds to the DEC as the beneficiary. A copy of the current standby letter of credit is attached in Exhibit E. The annual regulatory review requirements and letter of credit provide the assurances that the needed financial resources are available to close and maintain the facility in the future. SMI good faith actions towards the town. SMI has always allowed for open lines of communication with both the town elected officials, government leaders, and residents about the operations at the facility and any potential negative impacts. As part of those discussions, SMI has always sought to mitigate any potential impacts through proactive response efforts and implementation of extensive and detailed operating protocols to avoid future issues. In the past year, in an effort to continue to address the concerns of the town's elected officials and to ease the concerns of the public, SMI proactively withdrew its negotiations with the City of New York for a waste disposal contract. See press release attached in Exhibit H, or F, and entered into negotiations with the town board to revise the terms of the host community agreement for the facility to incorporate the assurances the town board sought, including many of the same issues raised in the proposed local law. Rather than continue to negotiate revisions to the host community agreement in good faith, however, the town board has instead chosen to revise the proposed local law and provide only 20 days, including the Thanksgiving holiday, for SMI and interested members of the public and community to review the revisions and prepare written statements. Despite SMI's request, the public hearing be rescheduled. Please see Exhibit G. SMI respectfully requests that the town board leave the public hearing open after November 30th to allow for continued submission of additional written comments to address any issues raised during the public hearing. Further, the town board should also refrain from taking action on the proposed local law until such a time as the newly elected town board members are seated in January 17th and have had sufficient time to review and consider all of the written and verbal comments submitted during the public comment period. Conclusion. Throughout the years of operation in the town of Seneca Falls, the facility has strived to be a good neighbor and a good corporate citizen. Prior to this past year, complaints about the facility have remained exceptionally low since 2004. We have acknowledged and proactively addressed the recent issues with odor. We continue to aggressively pursue those activities and that will improve the odor issues. We at SMI desire to continue to provide whatever support to the community possible, including providing good paying jobs, supporting the economy, the town, and donating to the many worthy nonprofit community and educational programs that enrich the lives of all of us in Seneca Falls. Thank you.
next speaker is Valerie Sandless.
Valerie Sandless. I've been living in Seneca Falls for 31 years. My husband Jim and I live at 2 Greenbelt Circle. As you have all heard me speak many times before about the ills of the landfill and the negative impact that it has on our town, I'm just here to exclusively discuss why I believe we should act on local law 3 as soon as possible. First and foremost, I think all of you at the table need to ask yourselves, why are they so against a local law? And why do they want you to renegotiate a new host agreement? And the answer is quite simple. The local law empowers you, and hence it empowers us. The host agreement, since they are not required by New York State, is not really binding. So it cannot enforce a closure date. And as we know, since they are currently in violation of our host agreement right now, and although they are trying, I'm guessing very diligently, to control the odor, it's impossible for them. The landfill is too huge. It's a mega landfill, literally on the edge of 2 towns. If they could control the stench, I'm sure they would. We have seen a major increase in the stench and the negative impact that it's had on our town and our everyday lives. Our current host agreement asks that they control the stench. They can't. I do believe they're trying. We shouldn't negotiate any future host agreements. The host agreements do not empower you. Consequently, they don't empower us. They only empower Seneca Meadows. Seneca Meadows, the corporation, has no interest in our well-being. They're interested in the bottom line, and that is their own profit, their own money. That's why they are purchasing land on the east side of 414. They have previously purchased and held land on the east side of 414 without a local law that encourages them or any landfill to close or expand. They are free to expand. A host agreement cannot stop their expansion. A local law can. The current local law 3 does establish a firm closure date. Personally, I would love to see it close before 2025. But if we're going to compromise, 2025 is more than ample time for us as a community to come up with a financial plan. If we were to actually survey the majority of, shall we say, apathetic people in our community who perhaps do not take a stand one way or another with the landfill, I believe that most of them are motivated by financial fear, which is not entirely unfounded. Clearly, closure of the landfill will have a financial impact on our community. We do know it's going to potentially impact our taxes. We do know that, as Mr. Avery has alluded to, that they do donate money. I would suggest that we have a lot of businesses in our town that also donate money along with private citizens, although we don't always get our pictures in the paper like everybody in Seneca Meadows. Financially, I think many of our charitable organizations will continue to thrive because of our community. So I guess I'm urging all of you. I'd also like to tell Dave, thank you, because you have been a landfill opponent for as long as you've been there. It's why I voted for you, my husband voted for you, and we are happy and proud of everything you've tried to do for us. Annette and Mary, I applaud you for what you have done being appointed. I also would like to point out that Greg was on that committee that helped appoint you. And Annette, you were always very clear about how you felt about the landfill before being on the board. And Mary, you were always trying to be progressive. And I do believe that you are also trying to protect us, both of you. I strongly disagree with Greg's desire to have you remain silent in your remaining days. You have been appointed. You are officials. Our current town board. So you have every right to vote on our behalf and hopefully on your conscience. Vic, I appreciate the fact that you're standing in Greg's place tonight, and that you are sitting here with your colleagues and listening to all of us. I did appreciate your comments at a previous meeting when you said that you did not have any ties with the landfill, but you were concerned about finances, along with the threat of the landfill suing. And I can imagine that's got to be traumatic. I do believe that you are genuinely looking out for our best interests, so I'm going to ask that you continue to do that. I believe you probably recognize that what we're asking you to do is the right thing. For the reasons I've stated, the local law empowers you guys. If it empowers you, it empowers us. It is why Seneca Meadows does not want the local law, because they are powerless with a local law that closes them in 2025 and does not allow them to expand. So I'm asking you this evening to please vote on the local law, empower yourselves, empower us, so that our town remains Seneca Falls and not Seneca Meadows.
The next speaker is Linda Oakes.
Good evening. My name's Linda Oakes. I live in Waterloo, and I've had to smell the landfill for many, many years as I moved here in the 70s, and over the years it's gotten worse. First it was a little pile with hardly any odor, and it has grown over the years into the monster that it is. And I just want to say that I also agree with what all the other people who have said, please pass local law number 3. It is necessary. We have to have ways to protect our communities from corporations that just want to swallow us up and use every resource that we have. I was recently in Albany, New York, and I spoke to an activist there, and he told me that their landfill is thinking of closing in 5 years. And people were asked about what are we going to do with our garbage? And somebody said, well, we can just take it over to Seneca Meadows. A little bit more, they won't even notice. So let's all do that. So there's not a shortage of garbage. We will have other places to take our trash. Region 8, DEC Region 8, we have the most landfills in the entire state. So that's not a problem. And if we work to reduce, reuse, recycle, compost, I've said this for over 25 years, that will cut down on the amount of waste that you have. And that's something that the state has not done because of all the lobbying of the landfills and the incinerators and the people that tend to make money off of garbage. California has some great examples of 80% diversion rates, things like that. San Francisco's a leader, and we can do the same things. And we have to be in a throwaway society. That's what's creating the problems. And you don't hear anybody saying, well, we need to cut down on our waste. And as Seneca Meadows proves, they can take waste from everywhere. If we don't have a local law number 3, they will expand. You know that. You know eventually the board will change. They will get the trash by train. That means they can bring it from just about anywhere in the United States pretty cheaply, making them more money. Right now they are the largest landfill in the state. Let's let them go out at the top of their game. 2025. Time for Seneca Falls to get their act together. And what I'm thinking too is Waterloo pays what, $10 or $11 per thousand for their taxes. You guys are paying like 5 or something, so it might bring you guys up to the rate that Waterloo's paying. So it's not like it's going to be detrimental and you're going to lose your homes and everything. And new businesses will come. You know that. If the landfill closes, a lot more industries would be thinking about coming over this way. Who wants to cite a new business in an area that stinks like... it's hard to describe the smells at a constant basis. And being in Albany and then coming back, I went, oh yeah, I forgot. This is where I live. And I had to smell the landfill as soon as I come back. And they're saying that the odor isn't that bad, and they've done all these things to change it and make it stop. Well, Mr. Black, it still stinks like hell. And every time I called, the last couple of times, no one even came out. And I got the little letters saying, couldn't possibly be the landfill. And I'm tired of being insulted all the time. And you say that you don't get a lot of reports. Do you count the ones that come in and that you disregard as being actually tallied up in the votes? Because a lot of people have given up because of that exact reason. If it stinks and you get told every time, well, you must be crazy because it's not our landfill, you start getting upset and then you are not going to keep calling. And a lot of people have quit that. It's not that the odor has gone down and you guys know it. It stinks no matter where you go. And I know that we are tired of smelling it. I'm concerned about health risks. I'm concerned about our children. I'm concerned about jobs. We need more job diversity. And if the landfill stays there, I don't think we're going to get that. Not all of our children that graduate want to work at a landfill. We need other businesses to keep the youth here because our populations are aging rapidly. And we all know that. And then who's going to be here to build houses, to work here, pay taxes, and things like that? So this could be the end of us if we don't have a local law protecting our town and making some changes where we can. And it won't be the end of the world. Things may look a little terrible because of the flyers and things that we have been getting constantly in the mail, seeing the checks in the paper of businesses getting rewards or whatever for doing business with Seneca Meadows. And that's a great way to do business if you want to take over a town. And they've done very well with that. So now it's time to pull yourselves up by the bootstraps and say, okay, the landfill has had its run. Let's come up with other businesses that could come here. Let's do other things to earn our income and keep our youth in the area. Because like I said, they aren't going to stay. My son left and went to Florida. There were no job opportunities here for a smart kid, you know, and he didn't want to work at the landfill. So what options did he have? Local law number 3 enactment would take us in the right direction. A community needs to protect itself so that its citizens can live healthy lives, and that should be the number one thing. Money's great, but if you don't have your health, and a lot of people get sick, how are they going to work, number one, and how are they going to pay their bills and everything else if you get sick from all the things that can happen from living in close proximity to a landfill? And that's a fact. I don't want to hear any statistics that you have. It is a fact. Okay? The landfill has stepped out of their footprint and continues to spread its stench throughout the area. You can smell it even farther away now. People are telling me they can smell it in Geneva as well. That's too far. And all the things that have been done are great, but it's not stopping the smell now. And if the landfill continues to get bigger and bigger, how do you think it's ever going to stop? They can't, because it gets so enormous, there's no way that it will stop, no matter what you do. Okay, they are in violation of the law and their host benefit agreement already. So why would we give them a new host benefit agreement if they aren't living up to the one they already have in place? And that's been breached for many, many years. I've been complaining about landfills for like 20 years, and it's been a constant stench, and nothing has been done, and they still stink. They still can't control the odor. And as the footprint grows bigger, it's not going to get any better. It's time to put a stop to Seneca Meadows, and we have plenty of other landfills, like I said, that can take our garbage while we step up to reduce, reuse, recycle, and compost. Home composting is great, even if you live in an apartment or something, you can still do it. It's beneficial to your plants and flowers and things like that. And we can do it on a town basis, we can do it on a county basis, we can do mulching, we can do all that kind of stuff on our own. And new businesses will come that will make Seneca Falls a better town. Local law number 3 needs to be enacted to protect our town. And you've heard me talk about these same points over the years and over the years. It's time to be progressive. Take action and change the face of Seneca Falls as a community who puts health and wellness above profits. Thank you. Please do the right thing.
The next speaker is Ralph Flatt.
Oh, no. Oh, CH.
Hello, my name is Ralph Lott. I live and pay taxes in the town of Seneca Falls. I am against passing Law 3. 2 people on the town board were never elected by the Seneca Falls voters and were defeated when they did run for election. Now they want to ram a law through at the last minute that will triple the taxes paid in Seneca Falls. I believe the election was a clear message that the voters in Seneca Falls do not want the landfill shut down at this time in this way. Furthermore, while working on the town budget for next year, I read where the board was going to cut expenses to prove they didn't need the landfill money. I believe the last number they came up with is $80,000 in cuts. This is a joke. Give up $2.5 million in income for landfill and only cut $80,000 out of the town money? The town will have to sell all their assets to private businesses to generate even a small amount of the shortfall. Vincent's Park, gone. Community Center, gone. The new town office building, which I see nobody has moved into for some reason, like nobody seems to be able to figure out, that'll be gone too. You have to sell all these things. The water department, try to sell that to the county or to Waterloo. Maybe they won't be able to afford it because they won't be getting their money from the landfill either. And do away with the police department. All the employees in Seneca Falls will have to find new jobs, and much more will have to hit the dust. Another idea the town board would bring new business to Seneca Falls. Another joke. 20 years ago, my father gave the county 30 acres where the Deer Run Industrial Park in Seneca Falls was built. To date, there is only one business there that I believe employs 3 people. The only place in Seneca Falls where new businesses are locating is on 414 North by the landfill. Location, location, location. Who is going to locate a new business here when the town board writes laws to restrict and drive out businesses that are already here? In closing, I would like to know who wrote this law. Paragraph 3 reads like an advertisement for women's rights. And women's rights are again mentioned in paragraph 15. No other business or attractions are specified anywhere else in this law. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jim Mitchell.
Thank you very much for letting me speak.
You're welcome.
My name is James Mitchell. I live in Waterloo, New York on 336. Actually, I didn't want to come tonight. I wanted to stay home, but I feel an obligation to the people. First, I want to thank Anita Lux, Mary Sartori, and Dave DeLay, who introduced local law number 3. They gave us this public hearing. It took a lot of courage, dedication, and a lot of threats on your part to not do that. But you were under great pressure not to do what you did. Seneca Falls has been threatened with lawsuits, and we have been bombarded with questionable flyers in the mail, but you stood your ground. Thank you. I am sorry that Anita and Mary did not get re-elected, but we all know why the reason was for that. I hope that the new board members will follow in your footsteps and work for a clean Seneca Falls without a landfill. And I hope they work for the people that elect them and not the landfill. We still have hope that the pollution to the air we breathe, pollution to our water, and our land where our families, especially our children, our grandmothers, our grandfathers, are breathing this every single day. It stinks like whatever you want to call it, and it's got worse. Our children, where they want to live here and play in this, we owe it to them for a better future. If we don't provide our children with a better future and a clean future, they'll probably go someplace else. I gotta change something. I would like to mention that the landfill does make donations to different organizations, but they put their name in the paper every time they do it. But I want to mention that me and plenty of other people in the county, in Seneca County, make donations all the time. Donations to the Salvation Army, to the church, to schools. I make donations to the police, sheriff department. I'm a member of the Farm Girl. I make donations to them. But we just do it because that's what we've done for years, make donations and try to help our neighbors out. Not for no other reason except we want to do it. Today on the landfill would be a wonderful thing. I support local law number 3 with all my heart and soul. Closing the landfill would make the Finger Lakes a better place to live and for our children and grandchildren to grow up and be at. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Jim Zamlas.
Thank you, Board, for bringing this subject to a public hearing. My name is Jim Zamlas. I live at 2 Greenbelt Circle here in Seneca Falls. I've been living there with my wife Valerie for 31 years. A couple of statistics. According to Duke University, there are 220 million tons of human garbage produced each year in the United States. 120 million tons ends up in landfills, so about 55%. 2.2 million tons is deposited in Seneca Meadows each year, or 2% of all the landfill waste in the United States. Think of that, 2% of all the landfill waste in the United States goes right here in our next door that we get to smell. That is the landfill waste of approximately 7 million people in our town. There is 53 million tons of garbage in the landfill today. There will be another 17 million tons by 2025. Passing local law number 3 is the only chance this town has of ever closing the dump. Host agreements can be amended by 3 votes of the town board. The dump has the capacity today, without expansion, to operate for the next 30 years. We have taken enough garbage. Pass local law 3 tonight and set a closure date. Let's stop being a prostitute to the dump.
Next speaker is Steve Churchill.
Good evening. My name is Steve Churchill. I live at 2048 Gravel Road with my wife and my grandkids, and my dog. Lived in this community for most of my adult life. Before I get too far, I'd like to ask Mr. McIll to stand up, turn around, show everybody his shirt, and all the support he gives me. Churchill has to go on record tonight. There you go. And that's why I'm standing by. I thought I'd get him out of the way first. Well, if there weren't battles to fight, I'd be the first one to sit down. First of all, I'm wearing two hats tonight. I'm a citizen of Seneca County, representing my family and my grandchildren, but I'm also speaking to you as a county board member. And first, I'd like to convey that Paul Cronenwetter, who can't be here tonight, who also represents Seneca Falls on the Seneca County Board, is home with the flu, but he did want me to pass on his support for the passage of local law number 3 tonight. And while I'm speaking about the county, I want to go on record saying that the county board is growing ever more concerned about the footprint, the impact on our region and our county. It's not just Seneca Falls. We're talking about Seneca Falls tonight because they're the big stakeholder, but the other towns are getting a little upset. I mean, and that may be mild. The town of Tyre last year was called, their fire department was called out to the thruway 10 times for complaints of gas leaks. In every case, it was the landfill stench. That costs money, it costs time, puts people in, it takes them out of their way, it's a huge impact. Seneca County, the office building, we can no longer transmit to the cell tower from our county office building because the Burgess Road cell now is too hot. So we have to now reroute through it, which costs money. So we're rerouting to some other facilities and then to the cell tower to get our communication out to our sheriff and our patrol folks. So there's a lot of impacts, negative impacts, that we don't hear about, but they have their toll. But we hold, in Seneca Falls, we hold the power to take that control back, and we really have to. It has been way too many years. We benefited, and people seem to forget that. That $2.4 million was a bonus for many years. That's the way you got to look at it. Unfortunately, we somehow just kind of brought it right into the operating budget of our town, and now we find ourselves in a terrible spot. But you know what? We can wean ourselves off that money. We have no choice. We can't allow it to get worse. Mr. Lott, some folks think that the money is, but they really have desires to come across 414. They bought the 800 acres Dove Farm over a dozen years ago with the intentions of putting a landfill. They tried and failed in 2002 to get approvals to do just that. That land still belongs to the landfill, even though it's touted as a wildlife preserve. It belongs to the landfill. If you want to make it a real preserve, put it into conservation. Put it into trust, so it can't be used for anything else. They won't. Make it forever wild. There's all sorts of options you can do with it to really make it a wetland forever, but it's not. You know what it is? It's a pre-dump. That's all it is. They dug some ponds. Where do you put landfills? Well, the first thing you do is dig a hole. So what did they do? They built a pre-dump on the Dove Farm, just waiting for the right board someday, hopefully, to give them approval to start bringing in garbage on this side of 414. And then what do we do? Where are our property values going to go when the landfill comes to Burgess Road? Which, oh, by the way, if you go out here and cross the bridge and hang a left and you get to that light in front of Gould's Pumps, that's the road that it comes to, not Burgess Road. What road am I thinking? Blackbrook. Thank you. That's Blackbrook Road. The landfill owns contiguous property from Blackbrook Road, that stoplight in front of Gould's Pumps, to Powderly Road behind Waterloo High School. I mean, you folks realize that? You can take the entire footprint of the village of Seneca Falls and Waterloo and plunk it inside their footprint, and it doesn't fill it. And it's growing, and still growing. They're buying land, they're chewing up soil, they're destroying this county in the region. So anyways, the board, let me get back to the county board. County board is getting a little tired of it, and we've been in discussion about what actions we can take as a county board. It's impacting more towns than just Seneca Falls. And the county, and I don't blame them, is getting a little tired of waiting for Seneca Falls to do something. That's right. So I certainly support this tonight. I can't believe I got an open mic here, man. This is going to be great. But I'm not going to go on too long. I mean, because folks have already talked about a lot of the issues, and they've nailed it. I mean, Doug Avery's letter the other night, what he said tonight, I mean, that's right on. That's right at the core of it. But, you know, what this town is looking for, I think, is leadership. And you guys have provided it. And the election has changed things. It has, but as far as I know, in a democracy, this is the way it works. These people have all the authority. They are council people until December 31st. They're doing the right thing. And, you know, and to Mr. Shipley's point, we've heard about this issue ad nauseum. You know, we've heard about it over and over and over and over and over. So why, to Kyle Black's point, do we want to put it off? Let's make a decision tonight. We've heard all, we'll just keep coming back with the same old argument. And, you know, lastly, look, why kick this can down the road? In 1988, there was a town board, and they kicked the can. We'll let somebody else deal with it. 1992 comes along, new council, new board members, kick the can. And we just keep kicking the can down the road. We can't keep doing it. We've got to bring this thing to closure. 9 years is plenty of time. Out of Mr. Black's mouth himself, he said that their target date for closure was 2025. I think you said it at a town board meeting about a month ago. Let's make it 2025. Lastly, you know, this is the town of It's a Wonderful Life. And you gotta admit, it feels like Mr. Potter, right? And George Bailey. And he's standing in Potter's office. Well, you know, look at George, we can give you 2.4 million, maybe a trip here and there, you know, and he's getting suckered in. And then finally, you know, he tells them that, you know, in this big scheme of things, you're nothing but a scurvy little spider. Well, the landfill's nothing but a scurvy little spider. But I also will say this, because my favorite scene is when there's a run on the bank, and they all crowd in, they all want their money. And of course, the first guy in line, he wants his $200. Well, you know, we can get through this. We just gotta, you know, Mr. Potter's not selling, he's buying. You know, and he calms the crowd down. But that gentleman, boy, he's like a few here that are afraid. They're afraid of the money issue. I want all my money right now. But that little old lady stepped up there, and she says, I'll take $17.33. Well, you know what? That's what we have to be as a community. We have to be that little old lady and say, all we will take, and we will get through this if we work together. So, vote for it tonight. Thank you.
The next speaker is Michael Warren Thomas.
Hello, my name is Michael Warren Thomas. I'm a taxpayer in Rochester, New York. I've spoken to the board numerous times, and it's an honor to be back. I'm very proud to be here with you. My hope is that you will vote tonight. I'll repeat that a few times. And I have this dream that it can't come true now because one of the board members has left, but that the board would vote unanimously to pass this law. And maybe that will still happen. I hope it does, based on what you've heard tonight, and based on a number of other things. So earlier tonight, Kent Gardner spoke, and he's left, but he did watch the tape from last time I spoke, after he spoke. I used to work for that organization, the Center for Governmental Research in Rochester. I worked there for 3 years, and it's a great organization. They do tremendous research. I would believe what they wrote. And they wrote the taxes would double, not triple, sir. The person who spoke earlier and said that taxes would triple. They were hired by Seneca Meadows to answer a very specific question, a very narrow question. A question that Seneca Meadows wanted answered. And Seneca Meadows got the answer they wanted. And then they paid Kent Gardner 3 times to come speak to this board. He did not make it explicit, he should have, that he was paid to do that study. He said engaged to do it. He did not say, some of you may think that the board engaged him to do it. It didn't. Seneca Meadows hired him, and they hired him to come speak here 3 times.
We know that.
Good. I'm glad you do. I'm assuming not everyone does. And thank you. I appreciate that. It's important because the scare tactics have had a big impact. And so I would feel very confident that Kent Gardner has laid out the worst case scenario, because that's what Seneca Meadows wanted. They constructed the question to get the worst case scenario. And I'm also confident that the people who live in Seneca Falls and Waterloo are creative, they're intelligent, and that they can beat this. And I really wish I didn't have to follow Steve Churchill. I knew that when I was signing up in there right after his name, that I was going to be following him. But again, I do hope that it will be a unanimous vote 4-0 tonight against this landfill. And this town is so historic. And people will come together. So one example, I own a tiny business. I do radio shows on food and wine and the Finger Lakes and gardening. And if you pass this, I'll try to help Seneca Falls as much as I can. I'll do free sponsorship on my radio show for the town for the next 5 years. That's like $10,000 worth of advertising. It's not a big deal, really. I'm not going to make a difference in Seneca Falls' budget, but that's the feeling that you're going to generate in the community known as the Finger Lakes. All these 11 lakes. You're part of that. You're a key part of it. And the last 2 times I drove on the thruway, which was Sunday and tonight, past exit 41, or tonight getting off at exit 41, I was assaulted by the stench. 2 miles north, I think, Del Lago is going to be known as the stinkiest casino in the country. You know, social media we can't ignore that, and for them to say that property values are not affected is just beyond ridiculous. Now, maybe within 3/4 of a mile, what about the 2 miles? What about the 4 miles? What about the 6, 7 miles that people have reported to the stinker zone that they're smelling the landfill? If you're 80% done in controlling the odor, I would venture that you failed. Trying. I believe they're doing the best they can. Certainly, if they could control odors, now would be the time they do it, because they know that this is hurting them big time. They can't, obviously. And this is the one chance. This is the only chance that the town board has to save Seneca Falls and the future of this historic town. This is it, tonight. Or perhaps at a board meeting in December, but I would say tonight. Let's vote 4-0. To pass this local law and protect the future of this historic town that clearly all of you are so proud of. We can do better than trash. Thank you.
The next speaker is Chris Little.
I thank you for the opportunity to speak. You're all tough acts to follow. I don't know what to say that hasn't already been said, other than maybe reinforce something Linda was talking about, that I do know something about, and that's fried chicken. And what I mean by that is that as a good citizen, I have tried to follow the rules. I have tried to call the DEC on a first name basis with my friend Scott at the DEC. I call him up regularly, and oh, hi Chris, he knows me by my first name. And that's kind of sad, you know, in my estimation. I live at 36 Cayuga Street, I think I'm supposed to say that. So pretty close to downtown, pretty close to the restaurants down there. And in addition to knowing my good friend Scott at the DEC, I also call Seneca Meadows Landfill. There's a hotline that I call there. And just getting sick and tired of that. And the last time I called, and frankly what got me to give up was the guy said, after I called him up, and I know the difference between the smell of garbage and something else. And I was told that it was the restaurants, that the wind was blowing the fragrance of the restaurants in my direction. And believe me, I know the smell of fried chicken. I love fried chicken. And Seneca Meadows does not smell like fried chicken. So I just gave up. And if that's the kind of responsiveness that I'm getting, I assume you're all getting the same thing. It's like, what? You know, why am I bothering with these phone calls? I mean, being on a first name basis with the DEC is a little bit ridiculous in my mind. And as somebody else has already said, if they could have stopped the odor, this is the time they'd have done it. And by the time 2025 rolls around, I'm not too clear on the statistics, but it's going to be a whole lot bigger than it is today. And by that time, a whole lot more people are going to be convinced that it needs to close down. And at that time, then we're going to have to negotiate another 10-year deal to close it down, so it's going to triple in size. It's just too big to manage. It's not going to go away. The odor isn't going to be controlled. The other issue that is on my mind is less about Seneca Meadows than it is about the dependency of the Seneca Town budget on Seneca Meadows. We've allowed ourselves to have roughly 30% of the budget come from Seneca Meadows, from a single source. And what I do in my professional life is I do fundraising. I'm supposed to raise money for nonprofit organizations. And oddly enough, a lot of what I do is try to persuade nonprofits not to take big money from a single source and become dependent on it. And that is exactly what I think has happened here. Whenever I have a client that has a large federal grant or a state grant or a big foundation, the Ford Foundation is providing a huge grant, that's dangerous. That's because it puts people to sleep. People no longer think they need to raise the money. They don't have to be vigilant. They don't have to balance the budget. The money's just coming in, so let's take a break. And by that, the time comes around to wake up, they're out of luck. The big source of money disappears. They change their mind. Somebody dies, whatever. The money's gone, and there is an enormous hole in the budget, and that causes a huge amount of pain. We aren't quite to that point yet. If it's only 30%, and I say only 30%, if it's 30%, it's going to hurt, but it's not going to kill us. And we can live with it and figure out other ways of doing it. I had the opportunity to meet with Greg and talk about grants, because that's something, in addition to fried chicken, I do know something about. And we have a grant company that is based somewhere close to Buffalo, but no one here knows who's in charge of the grants, how many grants we've gotten, where the money's come from, who reports on the grants. Other towns around here, and I know firms that raise money for municipalities, $2 million, $3 million can be offset in part from grant money. And as our gentleman before me said he'd help, I'd certainly help write some grants to help fill in the shortfall. I'm willing to. In my mind, it's an issue of trash versus tourism, because the economy in the Finger Lakes, nobody expected 20 years ago that the economy would take off with the wine industry, quite to the extent that it has. So I don't want to insult people that went before you that signed the host agreement. Back then, it probably looked like a pretty good deal, and tourism was not nearly what it is today, and certainly not what it's going to become. However, tourism and trash don't mix. It's got to be one or the other. And I don't see, I think that the money coming from Seneca Meadows has been great, and it was wise at the time, but it's now time to refocus on where the real money is, and that's on the tourism economy. And it's wholly incompatible with the landfill. It's just not going to work. I had the pleasure and privilege of talking with some folks from the National Women's Hall of Fame, and they're rebuilding the knitting mill. And they showed us the landscaping, the new building. It's going to be a whole campus. It's going to be absolutely gorgeous. It'll be just a whole new downtown Seneca Falls. And who's going to come to it if it stinks to high heaven? Last year we had the It's a Wonderful Life Festival, and it smelled like crazy. And here it's coming up again. What's going to happen on December 10th? We don't know which way the wind is going to blow, but we do know that we have the ability and the authority to pass Local Law 3 that will put that decision in the hands of the town rather than those that don't have the town's best interests at heart. So my admonition, my plea is to pass Local Law 7 and give us a fighting chance against the multi-billion-dollar corporation that is calling itself a good neighbor. Thank you.
The next speaker is Bob McIll.
Good evening, I'm Bob McIll. I live in Waterloo, and I have a place on Hecker Road that is between the landfill and Linda Olds' house. So the landfill can control the odor because they send it over my place to her place. And I never smell it. 3 times in 20 years. Okay, get that settled. First, let me tell you this. My mother was born in Waterloo, and I was born in the Air Force. And when my father got out of the service, we came here to Seneca Falls. I was 5 years old. And I went to this Catholic school for 8 years. And the best thing that ever happened to me as a child is to get out of this town and out of this school. Because this school turned people against neighbor against neighbor, people against each other. If you did not belong to this church, you were evil, you were a sinner, you were condemned to go to hell. That's what this school taught. That's how these people behave. And that's why your youth are leaving. It's the truth. And a lot of kids my age have left, my cousins, hundreds of people have left.
Can you please just speak to the matter at hand?
I am. We're talking about our children, we're talking about our community, we're talking about neighbor against neighbor. Because as soon as this issue is over, it's going to go right back to neighbor against neighbor. Everybody's going to hate each other, just like they have in the past. And they're brainwashing our kids to hate this landfill, just like I was brainwashed as a kid to hate Protestants, Episcopalians, and everything else.
Okay. No.
Now.
Just let him proceed. We've given everybody else an opportunity here. I've tried to redirect him, and hopefully he's going to redirect here.
First, the issue of landfill gas. The EPA describes landfill gas as an essential nutrient for plants, animals, and humans. It is nature's way of recycling carbon, CO2, and other nutrients into the atmosphere so it can be uptaken by plants and animals. The EPA considers it a source of energy and a nutrient. First of all, somebody said that methane was 90-some% of the atmosphere. It's actually 0.0017. CO2 is 0.035. Now that is 1/3 of 1%, 1/30th of 1%, and 1/100th of 1%. And these are the greenhouse gases that are changing the climate. Baloney. Everybody wants to know how this landfill got here, because the health department was in control of the local landfills. The DEC was given that responsibility in 1970. They shut down all the local landfills. They allowed Tantello to get bigger so that it could accept the waste from about 60 landfills that are around these lakes. And they did it in a controlled manner. And Seneca Falls was desperate for a place to dispose of their garbage, just like Waterloo. If you notice, they just recapped the Village of Waterloo dump on the Evans property. It's actually not Evans, it's the Village of Waterloo dump right across from Connie's. They just put another cap on it. That dump extended from that hill clear to the post office. But nobody remembers them filling in the canal with garbage and burning trash during the 50s and the 60s. But I do, because my grandfather owned a business downtown. I could watch him dump the trash and burn it, and tires burning 24 hours a day. And Tantello landfill stayed small because they were allowed to burn. But then everybody got concerned about the quality of the air, so they stopped the burning. So you can't burn it. Now it accumulates. That's why this landfill is so big. They shut down 1,700 operating landfills that were non-compliant and got it down to 27 that are strictly regulated and well-controlled. And they have a handle on the situation. This one happens to be here, number one, because you people, some of you, and your predecessors asked for it. You wanted it here. You allowed Tantello to start. The city of Geneva did the same thing, but the city of Geneva made them shut down the one on Gandy Road. That made this one bigger. But you guys begged them to start a landfill because Seneca Falls wanted out of the garbage business. They were pushing that responsibility onto a private enterprise under the control of the DEC. That's how it got to be here, why it is so big. You're concerned about groundwater contamination, there's no evidence of it. And the EPA is currently doing a study along with some universities at a landfill in Oklahoma where they know the groundwater is contaminated. But guess what's going on? Microorganisms in the soil are eating the contaminants. The contaminants have not spread. And the further away from you get away from the landfill that you get, the contaminants reduce to the point where there's nothing. Now everybody's concerned about the lakes. The landfill is downstream from the lakes. I know everybody says it's in the watershed of Seneca Lake, it's in the watershed of the Finger Lakes, but neither one of the landfills are. The DEC intentionally shut down every landfill in the Seneca Lake watershed, every landfill in the Cuba Lake watershed. There are none in the Finger Lakes, period. None of them drain towards the Finger Lakes, period. Most of what you hear at these meetings, and Mr. Thomas over there says the Seneca Meadows is going to be as high as the Adirondacks. That's 7,000 feet. There is a regulation. They cannot get any taller than the surrounding topography, which gives them an elevation from sea level at about 735 feet. It is not going to become 7,000 foot high like the Adirondack Mountains. And he posted it on Facebook, you can check it out yourself. Most of the stuff that you've been hearing is political grandstanding by certain individuals, 15 minutes of fame by other individuals. They're against Guardian Glass, they're against windmills, they're against solar panels, they're against homes for veterans, they're against everything. So this landfill is an easy target. And let me conclude by saying this. I was here at the meeting when this board was informed that a board that follows can repeal the law. You can pass your law tonight. You can have your 4-0, whatever you want to call it, majority. But come January, all they have to do is make a motion to repeal that law, and it's gone. So all you're doing is political grandstanding. You're telling me I'm wrong? That's exactly what your town attorney told you when you asked the question. You asked the question, can another board overturn this? And he said yes. I conclude with that.
Next speaker is John Petty.
You should get elected or something. Yeah. Bob McIll.
Good evening. I feel like Fantasy Island has just gone by. My name is John Petty. I'm a retired teacher from Waterloo. I taught 34 years in Waterloo, science and technology. This law, dear people, is warranted and just. Immensely so. Most everybody has said what I was going to say. I'm not going to stand up here and repeat the things that Doug Avery said and some of the others, but I do want to mention that I have called this whole thing the politics of garbage. And the politics of garbage must stop. Period. And I want to address odor control. I sat down with Kyle Black a number of weeks ago, and I said to him, Kyle, you can control the odor easily. All you have to do is introduce oxygen into the piles of stuff. Aerate them. Change that chemical reaction from anaerobic to aerobic by introducing oxygen. The smell will go away. Then go one more step. Start digging out those mountains and make a profit. Hire 50 more employees to compost and recycle all the stuff that's in there. That's easy. And you can provide more jobs, Kyle. Just compost and recycle what's there. And as this stuff comes in, hopefully not by train, compost and recycle that stuff. Make a profit. Sell the compost. Sell the metal. Sell the glass. And you can keep employees and the smell will go away. That's simple. So I said to Mr. Black, you can do that. And I don't know what his conclusion was because he never said anything. So I'm going to quit right now. I wasn't going to come tonight. But I said, well, maybe I should have one last say. There are some smart people on this board right now, and I know if you pass Local Law 3, it can be negotiated, it can be compromised, but you've got to have it on the books. If it's not there, Local Law 3 or any law similar to that is not on the books, this board and the people of this community work from a position of weakness. And I'm saying, be smart, work from a position of strength. Have the law there. And if it needs to be changed, negotiate the change. Compromise. And I want to say, my friend Supervisor Lazaro, I'm sorry he decided to leave. I'm disappointed. I really am. I've sat with him for some hours and I've discussed everything that I've said tonight plus more. He was polite enough to listen, but then I don't know what happened. I really don't. So I'm going to leave it at that, and I want to thank you for allowing me to talk tonight. And I tell people, since I was a teacher, I used to talk for a living, and I'm dangerous sometimes. Thank you for the time.
The next speaker is John Kerry.
Town Board, thanks for having me. I'm pleased to speak to you. I'm pleased that I had an opportunity to ask for Mary's vote on my lawn and Lucille. So anyway, to start out, I skipped a lot of the stuff. I rewrote some of the stuff I was going to talk to you about tonight because a lot of the people have said it more poignantly than I can. What I'm going to tell you about is county demographics. When I moved into Seneca County, I soon realized after working for a while that the population was decreasing. The majority of the population is older population. According to the census that I read, I'm not sure which year, but it's fairly recent, it said 35,000 a couple of years ago for Seneca County. If Steve Churchill was here, he'd tell you what the number is. It's come down to 32,000. So when I was at the last meeting, it was a forum. A Waterloo school teacher came up here and congratulated that guy as one of his students, the guy that's operating the camera for Finger Lakes 1. And basically, I think that he congratulated you for being a Waterloo school graduate. How many kids were in your graduating class? No, not you? Guess what? I heard recently 83 people graduated from Waterloo schools.
That's down.
Huh? And guess what? It's going down because people are moving out of the area to coincide with the demographic information I just cited to you. So basically, this individual, the Waterloo school teacher, said SMI was great because a couple of his students were given monies from SMI to do their project. And I just thought to myself, okay, that's all well and good. You said that you had money available through your business for high school projects and everything, but that's all well and good. Where we are right now is it's like county population is decreasing. I told y'all when I was up here before, Paul Cronwater was in Rite Aid buying bottled water. I said, great idea. That's how you mitigate the risk of dealing with leachate in the water system. And guess what? I am now drinking Avoca water. I buy bottled water and I pay my water bill. I buy Avoca water because the day's going to come when y'all are drinking contaminated water and you'll find out from the Seneca County Sheriff's Department, don't drink bottled water, don't drink water. You can't boil it to get rid of the poison that's in leachate, okay? And this is really sad. When I moved here, I didn't know anything about the history of Seneca Falls. I didn't know that it was the birthplace of women's rights. I thought, this is where I'm going to start my family. My wife and I got married in 1970. We moved here in 1970. First kid comes along in 1972. 18, goes to college, and disappears. Next kid comes along, 79. He goes to college and disappears. I have 3 grandchildren on 2 islands. There's no islands near Seneca Falls. There's one in Maui. That's where my youngest boy lives. My oldest boy lives on the Long Island in New York City. We're both pushing 70 years old. So guess what, Kyle? You can buy my property for what it's assessed for. I don't live within 3/4 miles of the dump. So basically that means that whoever comes in my property, since I'm probably the closest to the Seneca Meadows of the properties in the Tall Oak subdivision, John Quadrachaki's a little bit further, Bob Kernan's over, Steve Churchill lives a little bit further. We're all smelling the smell. And that's what I want Local Law 3 to address. I want you guys to say, we want Local Law 3 to be passed tonight because we don't like the smell, and you've had plenty of time to fix the smell, and you haven't mitigated that issue. plenty of time. You're still working on it. 80%, it's not fixed. The leachate, Auburn doesn't want it. What are you going to do with the leachate? So basically where we are is we got two big elephants in the room. Those two things. Last thing I want to tell you about is, I told you one boy lives on Long Island. He runs not the world's largest, it's probably a very large Boy Scout council on Long Island. You know, normal troop, normal pack has maybe as many as 60, 80 kids. He has 22,000 Boy Scouts on Long Island that come to his scout camp. I've been down there to his scout camp, and we said to him, what do you do with your trash? What do you do with your recycling? He says, we send it to Seneca Falls because it's cheaper.
That's true.
We don't recycle in New York City. Nobody recycles in New York City. Well, how many of you have written to your state senator, your state assemblyman, and said, this is wrong. Why don't you have mandatory recycling so that we put SMI's 6,000 tons per week down because you're doing mandatory recycling? And basically, think about it. It's like Kyle could live here. He wouldn't care. He's basically going to make his paycheck whether or not the volume comes in. He's basically just going to have less people to deal with the trash that comes here. Probably won't even need trains to deal with it if they did mandatory recycling. 22,000 Boy Scouts. All of their trash, all of their candy wrappers, all of their food comes here. Last thing is, I'm stealing something from Mr. Thomas. I don't know if he's still here. What he told you was that mandatory recycling, you can't put out petrochemicals into your recycling. You can't put out batteries into your recycling. You can't put out TV sets into your recycling. We have to get in a car and drive it down to Romulus and have them dispose of it there. So that's a supplemental recycling. Guess what New York City does? They don't give up. They basically take everything, throw it into the trash, and it comes up here and goes into the containers, and Kyle has to deal with it. So honestly, pass local law number 3 to deal with the odors, to deal with the leachate, and bless you both.
The next speaker is Kurt Anderson.
A little bit taller than most. Can you hear me? No?
No.
I'll just speak louder. My name is Kurt Anderson. I'm a Director of Development for Ducks Unlimited. Prior to that, I was a regional biologist for Ducks Unlimited, and I spent about 10 years as a fisheries and wildlife biologist. Our mission at Ducks Unlimited is to conserve, restore, and manage wetland and associated habitats for North America's waterfowl. These habitats also benefit other wildlife and people. We pride ourselves on being one of the most efficient conservation organizations in the world. Over 80 cents of every dollar goes back directly into our mission. We are also very proud of the fact that we leverage every philanthropic dollar at minimum 3 or 4 to 1, and oftentimes at rates much higher than that. As a result, we are the leader in wetlands and waterfowl conservation, having conserved over 13 million acres across North America. In Central New York, we were recently approved for our 5th $1 million North American Wetlands Conservation Act grant to benefit specifically the Montezuma Wetlands Complex. NAWCA is a federal grant that requires at minimum 1-to-1 match. We and 15 other partners offered to secure that $5 million in federal funding for Montezuma. We offered $5,473,000 of private money to leverage those dollars. That's $10.5 million, and have thus far conserved, within a 20-mile radius of here, 5,247 acres in the last 10 years, just at Montezuma. Those are significant numbers, locally, right here. Critical to that effort are our major donors. A major donor at Ducks Unlimited is someone who commits or pays $10,000 to millions. Those are the folks that I work with. Effectively, I raise the private philanthropic dollar and allow our conservation staff to match it to partner dollars, state dollars, and federal dollars. Seneca Meadows is a major donor of Ducks Unlimited, and in so doing, get to restrict their philanthropy locally, whereas someone attending a general event would not have that luxury. Seneca Meadows restricts their money here locally and is critical to unlocking those partner dollars and public dollars and achieving the success that we've had at Montezuma Wetlands Complex. Furthermore, a portion of their philanthropy is dedicated towards youth education in this area. That occurs at annual wood duck box building and maintenance seminars hosted at the Seneca Meadows Preserve, which I should add, in reference to Mr. Churchill's comment, does have a perpetual conservation easement on that property that Seneca Meadows paid the stewardship endowment for, and thus paid effectively for its maintenance and its legal defense should there be a violation. So I would add that fear-mongering is a double-edged sword.
All I said, they don't own it. They own it.
May I continue? Thank you. I'm here in support of our partner, Seneca Meadows. Their corporate philosophy and personnel share the same values as you and I. How they achieve it may be different, but they have the same values that we have. Their people are also some of the most committed and conservation-minded individuals with whom I work. Regarding this local law, I'm not here to tell you to pass it tonight or ever or not. I'm here in defense of our partner and would urge you to think beyond the superficial, the odors we've heard about and the inconvenient traffic patterns, and the speculative, the potential for air and water quality impacts, and focus on the tangible, the real, the right here, that Seneca Meadows is supporting local, on-the-ground conservation with landscape-level impacts on wildlife, water quality, and quality of life for surrounding areas. I would urge you, thusly, to consider Seneca Meadows not a smelly, scary monster or adversary, but your partner in this community and in conservation.
Not my conservation.
May I continue?
Yes.
Thank you. They, too, live here, work here, invest here, and care deeply about here. I'd urge you to consider them as your partner, as I do. Thank you.
I don't think he did. He lives in Liverpool, New York.
It's a commercial.
The next speaker is Mark Benjamin.
Good evening. Thank you once again for the opportunity to weigh in on a vague rendition of what was local law number 7. A few similar points to make. This local law number 3 is also bad public policy, and it says Seneca Falls is not open for business. Any piece of legislation that restricts commerce, restrains trade, says you're not open for business. Any piece of legislation that puts hundreds of jobs at risk says Seneca Falls is not open for business. Any potential taxpayer increase says Seneca Falls is not open for business. So I think the clear message on this law is Seneca Falls is not open for business. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Douglas H. Zamlas.
community finds out it's contracted lung cancer, the first thing it should do is stop smoking. Another ugly analogy. Your budget is like a heroin addict, and you become accustomed and you become addicted to the smack that comes from Seneca Meadows. And unless you go cold turkey, you're just waiting for that next fix. My name is Douglas H. Zamlas. I'm an environmental attorney from Cooperstown, and I'm proud to be the legal representative of the concerned citizens of Seneca County and Waterloo Container Company. And I've spent a lot of time here, but I'm not a resident of this community, so I'm a true outsider. And I'd like to give you an anecdote about that. The dump smells, okay? There's a phenomenon, and it's made fun of in a TV advertisement we called becoming nose blind. And that's actually a true phenomenon. Another glamorous part of my job is working with municipal sewage treatment plants, and I've yet to meet an operator that says her or his plant stinks. And Mr. Black has suggested that the landfill is in compliance. And I can't be the only person that knows there's a provision in your town code that prohibits any odors from crossing property boundaries. And last night when I was driving to Rochester to attend a CLE with the justices of the Appellate Division 4th Department, I was showing my wife the casino, and she said, "Why does the casino smell so bad?" And I said, "It's not the casino, honey, it's the dump." And I'll refrain from telling you what she said after that. But please don't let anybody try to tell you that you do not have the authority to adopt this local law. And I'm proud to be the initial author of this local law. It has come a long way since that initial draft, and Mr. Morrell and others have really improved that law. You have the authority to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the people of this community. And that authority comes directly from the state constitution, the municipal home rule law, and the town law. And remember, this law was originally modeled on the local law adopted by the town of Carroll in Chautauqua County. And the town of Carroll's waste disposal law was challenged, just like Seneca Meadows is threatening to challenge this local law. And the state's second highest court, the Appellate Division 4th Department, upheld the town of Carroll's local law. And the case is Jones v. Town of Carroll. And I'd like to introduce a copy for the hearing record. Now, this proposed law is a town-wide police power law. It's not a zoning law. It does not have to be referred to the county planning agency, and that was an issue in matter of Pete Drown. It was decided by the Appellate Division 3rd Department in Albany, which held that police power laws are not zoning laws and do not have to be referred to the county planning board. And I have that case, and I'll introduce it into the record when I'm done. The adoption of a local law is an action subject to review under the State Environmental Quality Review Act. So before you can consider this local law, you have to satisfy your obligations under SECRA. This is an unlisted action, there's no presumption of significance, and you have to review and approve an environmental assessment form and make a determination of significance, either negative or positive. But since this proposed law itself doesn't raise any potentially significant adverse environmental impacts, a negative declaration is appropriate, Pete, because again, the law is intended to protect the public health, safety, and welfare from the adverse effects of waste disposal. And our state's highest court held a long time ago in a case called Wiggins v. Town of Somers that you don't have to wait for a scientific study showing that your groundwater is already polluted or that the stench you breathe every day contains carcinogens before you adopt a local law regulating waste disposal facilities. And I'll also introduce a copy of that case into the local law. And the key quote from that case is, quote, "The town was not required to defer enactment of the ordinance until it was faced with a serious nuisance or health problem. It was entitled to act upon the apprehension of danger." Now, I'm astounded that a member of the Chamber of Commerce, that's a restaurateur, came out in opposition to this local law. When I leave, I'm hungry. When I leave tonight, I'm going to want to eat something. I'm not going to eat in Seneca Falls, and I'm not going to eat in Waterloo, because as soon as I step out of my car, I gag and I lose my appetite. So to the restaurateur that thinks that this law is not good for business, I would respectfully suggest otherwise. And the time has finally come. All you have to do is do SECRA and vote to adopt the local law, just like you do every other local law you're used to adopting. Same process, same procedures, just a different subject matter. And Mr. Morrell can confirm for you that the absence of the supervisor tonight does not prevent you from continuing to talk to him. On behalf of my clients, my many, many friends here, and your air, land, and water, I urge the town board to adopt a negative declaration under SECRA and adopt a resolution adopting this local law. Thank you.
The next speaker is Gene Pierce. I believe you spoke, but there's a different address here. Do you have another matter to speak on? The next speaker then would be Barb Reese.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Councilman Peretta, for leading us tonight. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the town board regarding Local Law 3. My name is Barb Reese, and I've lived in Seneca Falls for 16 years. I've read Local Law 3, and the purpose of the law is to restrict the number, location, and expansion of solid waste management facilities within the town of Seneca Falls. It's to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the residents of Seneca Falls, and it's to exercise the town of Seneca Falls police powers under the municipal home rule that allows our town to legislate stricter controls on solid waste management operation than state law requires. So I urge you to consider the adoption of Local Law 3 for the following reasons. First of all, this law sets a firm end date of December 31st, 2025, that no solid waste management facility shall hereafter be constructed, operated, or allowed to commence operation in the town of Seneca Falls. There are necessary exemptions for farming operations, sewage treatment plants, and recycling, composting, and reuse programs. The end date of 2025 coincides with our current host community agreement with Seneca Meadows landfill. And if this law is adopted, it would close a landfill that has been in operation in our town since 1973. So as you heard earlier, currently there's 53 million tons of waste in place, but by December 2025, there will be an additional 19 million tons more. And so many of us agree here tonight, and I hope that you do too, that that's more than enough. We need a firm end date, and Local Law 3 gives us one. Also, the current Seneca Falls Town Code, the one that Jeff Shipley talked about from 1998, restricts landfill expansions by means of zoning regulations, but that's not enough to protect our town. Seneca Meadows won't even need to apply for an expansion until after the entire already zoned M2 refuse district is filled. So although the landfill's current airspace from their last expansion will be filled about 2023, the landfill has capacity within their 500 acre M2 zone footprint to continue past 2040. So without a new local law, you can expect an additional 65 million tons more trash in the next 20 to 30 years. The landfill will more than double in size if we don't have a local law. Many of us agree here that allowing this to happen would not be in the best interest of this town, the people who live here or in the Finger Lakes region. Also, Local Law 3, we recognize that it will require that we work together in our town and our county for better solutions for resource management. It will redesign our town and county for sustainability. I personally see this as an opportunity. Local Law 3 also gives us our town time for adjusting our town budget and creating new sources of revenue. And lastly, Local Law 3 recognizes that Seneca Falls is a world-renowned destination for visitors, and it recognizes that our location on the Seneca River between Seneca and Cayuga Lake means that we actually have to protect those water bodies. And clearly hosting a landfill in our location at this size is not compatible with these findings. Really, adopting Local Law 3 honors what is good here in our town. As Jan Levali mentioned earlier, it gives us back our dignity. It gives us a sense of pride of our place. So in Seneca Falls, we are about 2 weeks from our Wonderful Life celebration, our festival, and I'm hoping that it will be a wonderful life. Please consider adopting Local Law 3.
The next speaker is Josephine Cla.
Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. Yes, I am Josephine Cla, and I live in Geneva.
Hold your mic closer.
I should go closer? Like that? Oops. Okay. And I live in Geneva and have lived in Geneva since 1973. You may detect a accent really, which is German, and I grew up in Germany under the Nazis. And what I've written down here is Seneca Falls receiving a substantial amount of money from Seneca Meadows should have to share the beneficial benefits with other communities who too are negatively affected environmentally, economically, and psychologically by Seneca Meadows. Pollution is not static. Polluted air moves. Leachate finds its way into Seneca Lake, the source of our drinking water. The highly polluted landfill soil probably also affects us. It is impossible to get honest information since Seneca Meadows basically self-reports. Tourism is the Finger Lakes economic heartbeat, generating almost $3 billion and 59,000 jobs last year. There is a constant need by the area's city and towns, which includes Geneva, to minimize and deny the poisonous effects, in the case of Geneva, of 2 local mega landfills, in order to not make potential tourists suspicious. For who would like to spend their vacation time and money near landfills? But it is unpleasant and demeaning for those who are in charge of the local tourist business. Actually, it can be embarrassing, if not a moral problem, for local individuals as well, if they are asked for the opinion and support regarding good, desirable vacation spots. But I want, sorry about this long sentences, but I had no time to go over it. What I'm saying here, actually, everybody in our area, sooner or later, really, has to lie about this area being suitable for desirable tourist business, because Geneva, in particular, has to deal with the issue of providing the best and healthiest of environment with the highest standard of collegiate education as far as their colleges are concerned, who have been part of Geneva's history for several hundred years. And now, for the first time, their existence is being challenged by the local industrial garbage industry, as represented by Seneca Meadows and Ontario County landfills. I sincerely hope that you will consider this situation when you make your historic decision. If we want tourists and higher education, we have to act accordingly. Garbage industry, tourism, higher education, just to mention a few items, don't mix. I, having grown up in Nazi Germany, had to learn early how fast, unpleasant, very unpleasant situations can develop. I would like to thank the board for having listened, and also would like to implore you to make your decision to standards of intelligence, common sense, and compassion. But what I've heard tonight, there is no reason to be concerned about that. I do believe to further accept money from Seneca Meadows would be Judas money and might have extremely undesirable consequences. What God created, man shall not destroy. Thank you.
The next speaker is Sally Hells. Okay, the next speaker then would be Pam Lewis.
Good evening. Thank you for taking the time to listen to us tonight. First, I'd like to just say I'm not even sure why we're here. You have spent all this time in the last few months and money proposing Local Law 7, and then all of a sudden it was gone. So now you're proposing Local Law 3. I'm not sure exactly how that happened. I'm guessing it's because 2 of the board members were voted out on November 8th, and so now we want to rush and get Local Law 3 passed through. And I think it's a shame because we wasted all of those months and all that time, and you have a community that was divided, and I think pretty much the decision was made on November 8th when the community voted. But here we are. So we're here again, hearing people say the same things over and over, talking about things with no facts, talking about health concerns with no facts, talking about jobs that they're saying with the landfill, there's loss of jobs, but yet, as Kyle had spoke before, there's been several new businesses on 414. There hasn't been a lack of new wineries in the Finger Lakes area. So I'm not really sure how that's impacted, how the landfill has impacted the businesses in the area. So I'm not really sure why we're trying to pass a law that would possibly restrict new businesses from coming to the area. I mean, today you're fighting to close the landfill, which employs quite a few people in the community, puts a lot of tax-paid money into the community. Who's to say in a couple of years you're not going to want to, there's going to be board members on here who decide they don't want pools here anymore. Or Who's going to say it's going to be in Waterloo, it's going to be Evans? And they decide they don't want that smell anymore. Who's to say you're not setting a precedent for other communities to say, geez, Seneca Falls did that, they can close a business, maybe we can close business we don't want here anymore too. Why not? Because you're taking taxpayer, and here's the other thing, this is what this board has done to the community. You've turned people against each other. While the people who work for Seneca Meadows and people who may be for us, we've sat quietly and listened to what all of the people opposed to us have had to say. We've had to sit here and listen to people degrade us, degrade where we work, degrade us as employees. We sat here and listened to it quietly and not spoken out. But yet, when we speak in support of our jobs, in support of the place where we work, we have to sit and listen to people shout out. We have to sit and listen to people say things against us. And this is what this board has done to the community. You've turned the community against each other. And I don't understand what the point is. When you're supposed to be a board that's supposed to be working to make the community better, you've turned this community against each other. You've separated the community. So you talk about, people have talked about their kids and their grandkids not coming back here for jobs. They've all moved out. That's been going on for years. That hasn't just recently happened. That's something that's been going on for 10, 15 years. There are no jobs in New York State, period. And that's because, it's not because of Seneca Meadows, it's because of New York State taxes. You have people leaving the state every day. People who are retired leave New York State because they can't afford the taxes. It's not because Seneca Meadows is in Seneca Falls. So if you take Seneca Meadows, you close Seneca Meadows, you're going to raise the taxes, and I know everybody's saying, oh, the taxes aren't going to be there. Where do you think that money's going to come from? Where is that money going to come from? Did the town board ever present anything to the community saying how much your taxes are exactly going to go up? Did anybody see any proof, anything on paper that says how much your taxes are going to increase if you lose that money from the landfill? No, you didn't see anything. But yet you all say, oh, propaganda was sent to everybody in the mail from Seneca Meadows. The only people presenting scare tactics are the people opposed to landfill. You stand up here and you talk about the health oh, everybody's getting cancer, the leachate's poisoned. You have no basis to state those facts whatsoever. Those are the people presenting scare tactics. The people up here talking about the health and the cancer, and you have no basis whatsoever. You're the ones presenting the scare tactics. Where do you think all your garbage is going to go if the landfill closes? Where is it going to go? And if the landfill closes, do you think that smell is automatically going to go away? What do you think, the hills are just going to disappear?
That's the problem. That's the worst of it.
You do admit there's a problem. If you could kind of just present, what you want to present without having a back and forth with, it's going both ways. I'm just trying to avoid going back and forth here.
Basically, if you pass local law 3, you're letting other businesses that may potentially come here, which I don't see how Seneca Meadows is preventing any business from coming to Seneca Falls. The only thing I've seen Seneca Falls prevent businesses from coming here is Seneca Falls. You've had restaurants in Seneca Falls come here and close down. Why? Because nobody goes to them. Because the only people that go to them, the only restaurants you go to are Parker's, the Gould, maybe the pizza place that occasionally opens up, but no one will go to the barbecue joint that opens up. No one will go to the Chinese place that opens up. No one will go to the Mexican restaurant that opens up. So they don't last.
Is this local law?
Yeah. So how are you gonna bring in new businesses if you potentially are going to raise taxes if you close Seneca Meadows? How are you going to introduce new businesses if you have higher taxes? And you're potentially saying to businesses, well, you know what, if we decide we don't want you here, we may be able to introduce a law that tells you we're going to close you down. Thank you for taking the time to listen.
Next speaker is Susan Porter.
My name is Susan Porter. I live at 78 Cuba Street in Seneca Falls. I've spoken before. I don't have much to add from all these other wonderful speakers, but I do thank you for the opportunity to speak. And I'm just speaking to add my voice to those who support local law 3. I support the proposed law because it includes a firm closure date for the landfill, a date that allows ample time for both parties to prepare. I support the proposed law because it has become clear to me over these past few months that the town must chart its own destiny. We cannot rely on county, state, or federal agencies to curtail continued operation of a landfill that has become too big and is located too close to a residential area. In my eyes, a local law spelling out what is acceptable and legal and for how long is our only recourse. Some may say that the recent election was a referendum on the landfill, but I don't see it that simply. Our children, this town's future, had no opportunity to cast a vote, and the landfill's incessant incendiary flyers and last-minute robocalls most likely swayed some voters, telling actions to me from a company that bills itself as a trusted neighbor and friend. I realize that some of you did not foresee being in the crosshairs of this issue when you decided to serve on the town board. And I thank you for your time and your service because it must be hard. I realize that you did not ask for this conundrum, but when I moved here 20 years ago, I did not ask for the ill effects of an exponentially growing mega landfill that shows no signs of slowing down. So here we are. And we have a choice to settle for the status quo or do our best to work on a new paradigm for Seneca Falls. And in my opinion, local law 3 would be a strong step first step in that direction. So thank you.
The next speaker is Alison Stokes.
My name is Alison Stokes. I own an historic brick home just a few houses down the street from here. And to escape the noxious odors from the Seneca Meadows landfill in July, I moved to an apartment in Rochester. Tonight I'm wearing a blue pinny. This is an item that my grandson, who's a sophomore at Penn State, might wear during an intramural basketball game. Because participants tonight were not allowed to bring in signs to this public hearing, I wear a blue penny instead. For me, the penny is a sign and symbol of citizen efforts to pass the local law 3 that will protect our basic human need for life-giving air and water. This penny stands in contrast to the safety vests that the Seneca Meadows employees wear. Those vests represent their hazardous jobs, working at growing mountains of hazardous waste, endangering our health and future. When Greg Lazaro became town supervisor in January, and I'm sorry he's not here. At that first organizational meeting, he expressed hope that the town board and the community would work together. But that hasn't happened. As a speaker before me said, we are a divided community, and the board is divided too. 2016 has been a dramatic and tumultuous year. Until there is some resolution on the intensely controversial issue over Seneca Meadows closure, we're going to continue to be divided. There is a reason to feel hopeful, even relieved. The required public hearing on a local law addressing the landfill's closure is finally happening now, tonight. Wednesday, November 30th, is the third scheduled date for a hearing that has been repeatedly and intentionally stalled and postponed. The prospect of continuing the drama of recent months, so draining for everyone, is why the board must take action now. An up or vote down vote is required. In order for us to fully appreciate the backstory to tonight's hearing on Local Law 3, I want to take time for a brief review. What's gone before? Knowing the answer is critical to understanding the significance of where we are now. And I'm going to go back to March, 8 months ago. It was an amazing month. On Tuesday, March 1st, the town's regular monthly board meeting took place. At the table were the 5 town councilmen, Lazaro, Ricky, Sanderson, DeLaylis, and Peretta. At the time, the trash train was a hot topic. That night, the board heard 23 petitioners. Many of you here were among them. Then on Saturday, March 12th, the trash train march and protest at People's Park took place. With Dave Shaw's news story on the front page of the Finger Lakes Times on Sunday, that event drew wide public attention. On Monday, March 21st, the first day of spring, the town board had a special meeting. Council members Ricky and Sanderson had resigned, saying they feared that if the town violated the host agreement, Seneca Meadows could sue them personally. Annette Lutz and Mary Saratori were among those who applied to replace them. The 2 women were chosen, sworn in on the 21st, and took their places at the table. It became clear after the November election that this marked the beginning of what would be Annette's and Mary's 9+ months of eventful and dedicated community service. April was the first monthly meeting for the new group, Lazaro, Peretta, DeLaylis, Lutz, and Saratori. At the main meeting, environmental attorney Douglas Zamlas, who we heard speak tonight, was from Cooperstown among the 10 petitioners with only 3 minutes to speak. Thankfully, he had full time that he needed for tonight's address. He stated at that May meeting that in April he had given the board a packet of information and told them about the local law that was passed by the town of Carroll, closing their landfill, the law he spoke to us about tonight. He said then that the Carroll law was challenged in court and was upheld. He then gave the board a copy of the draft local law, as he's told us tonight. Under new business that evening, Annette formally introduced the proposed Local Law 7 for 2016, entitled the Town of Seneca Falls Waste Disposal Law. She said, after listening to all the speakers and in interest of the community, quote, she decided the board needed to get something moving. A motion was made by Annette and seconded by Mary, and it carried four members for and none against. A public hearing date was set for Tuesday, June 7th, the regular monthly meeting. The public hearing did not happen on June 7th. At a special meeting on May 20th, the board voted unanimously to postpone it. The reason given, because, quote, we are in negotiations to amend the host agreement to address the concerns of the community. Postponed or not, the public turnout on June 7th was phenomenal. 61 petitioners had signed up to speak. They arrived, but instead of addressing the board before the business meeting as usual, the dozens of people were kept waiting to speak until after the town business was done. It was after 10 o'clock when the meeting was finally adjourned. Fast forward now from June to the August monthly meeting. At about 9 p.m., as the meeting was ending, Supervisor Lazaro made a motion to adjourn, but the motion wasn't seconded. The minutes note that Annette then made a motion. It was clearly a surprise, but the minutes didn't say that. A motion to conduct a public hearing on the proposed Local Law 7 on September 28th. Dave DeLaylis seconded. The motion carried 3-2 with Councilman Lazaro and Peretta, the dissenting votes. With thanks to the perseverance of Annette, Dave, and Mary, the postponed public hearing was on again for 8 weeks later. At that point, an ad hoc group of concerned citizen leaders decided to meet weekly to plan for the hearing on September 28th. They began holding Wednesday night meetings at the Seneca Falls Community Center on August 17th and have been meeting every Wednesday since then. Participants have now taken a name, the Seneca Falls Environmental Action Committee. This group is not going away. Sadly, just like the June 7th public hearing, the September 28th public hearing never happened. A special meeting was called for, that happened on September 14th after a contentious, there's a difference between, it's getting late, folks. After a contentious 5-hour executive session, the exhausted board voted unanimously at 11 p.m. to postpone the public hearing. Instead, the event would be an informal community forum on proposed Local Law 7. To counter what was sure to be considerable citizen resistance, Town Attorney Pat Morrell read a formal resolution giving 3, in my opinion, questionable reasons for the board's action. This ends my review. On the last day of the month, the board's actions of November are recent and generally known to us. We are now considering proposed Local Law 3, significantly different from the original Local Law 7. After months of public review, that we've talked about tonight, feedback, study, and discussion, the new version has been so modified and adapted as to be acceptable to almost all Seneca Falls townspeople. Without the fear of being sued by SMI, we can be trash-free in 23 as we hoped, or at least 25 at the latest. A local law, as has been said, will have the power to protect our endangered environment, power that a new community host agreement cannot have. It's a heck of a lot easier to mess with a community agreement than to mess with a law. SMI knows that, as has been said. This is why they have resisted proposed local laws 7 and then 3 so mightily. By standing up against the opposition and calling for this public hearing, the 3-person majority of the board, Annette Lutz, Mary Saratori, and Dave DeLaylis, clearly want a vote on local law 3. We're having the required hearing. The 2-person minority, Supervisor Lazzaro and Councilman Viv Peretta, voted against holding this hearing tonight. They have never explained the reasons they oppose a local law and want a community host agreement instead. There has been no public dialogue about the benefits of the one way to proceed over the benefits of the other. No debate. Although it would seem that the 2 councilmen are in the minority, actually, I don't think they are. Our town attorney has strenuously labored for a new or revised community host agreement and has valiantly held off a public hearing followed by a vote. In a personal meeting lasting for over an hour, I suggested to Mr. Morrell that, to my way of thinking and that of many others, he has been acting as a board member, pushing his personal point of view. He insisted to me that no, he works for the board. All evidence to me is that this is not so. Pat Morrell is not a voting town council member, and it's past time for a vote. I thank Annette and Mary, both mothers and working women, both with deep commitment to the people of Seneca Falls and especially to the children. The 2 have been extremely conscientious. Although they had no previous political experience, they became deeply involved, spoke and asked searching questions at board and special meetings, participated on town committees, and offered mature and wise advice. Enduring endless stalling tactics, they listened to the townspeople and courageously spoke out. It's on their watch that local law 3 must come to a vote. Finally, I want to go back to what Richard Warren Thomas, got your name right? Michael. Close? What is it? Richard?
Michael Warren Thomas.
Michael Warren Thomas. Okay, now we all know. Michael Warren Thomas. I want to go back to your comment that you had hoped that there would be a unanimous vote from the board. And at this point, I want to say to Vic Peretta, I felt bad that I put you together with our supervisor all the way through here, because I truly don't know you. I've come to almost all the monthly board meetings this year, and you've said very little. But tonight, you've assumed the leadership. We thank you for that, and I have to say, been extremely impressed by how skillfully you have tried to find the right balance here in a highly available. That's what I have to say.
The next speaker is Steve Wilson.
My name is Steve Wilsey. I'm a principal with GHD, one of the world's leading professional service companies. Among other services, GHD provides engineering and environmental services to private and public sector clients. I have over 20 years of professional experience in the solid waste field across North America. Much of my work is centered on securing air permits for municipal solid waste landfills and evaluating air quality impacts. I've been doing this kind of work for Seneca Meadows since 1995. I'm a graduate of Alfred University with a BS in biology. I'm a certified hazardous material manager and a longtime member of the Air and Waste Management Association. My statement addresses several of the findings in Section 2 of the proposed local law, particularly findings 8, 10, 14, 15, and 16 regarding pervasive regulation of landfill air emissions. Seneca Meadows landfill is regulated by a wide array of federal and state air regulations, all intended to assure the protection of the environment and public health and welfare. It operates under a Title V air permit issued by the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation. Title V refers to Title V of the Clean Air Act amendments of 1990. Federal regulations promulgated as a result of the Clean Air Act, 40 CFR Part 70, required states to establish their own Title V permitting programs consistent with the federal standard. One of the basic intentions of Title V is to get all of the air quality rules applicable to a facility under one permit. Therefore, the Title V permit contains the air monitoring, record keeping, and reporting requirements for the facility. For landfills, the gas collection and control system is an integral part of the air quality management program for the landfill. In 1996, the United States Environmental Protection Agency promulgated the new source performance standards for municipal solid waste landfills. This federal regulation sets specific national standards for constructing, operating, and monitoring gas collection systems in municipal solid waste landfills. These requirements are also included in the Title V permit. Seneca Meadows landfill is also subject to the national emission standards for hazardous air pollutants for municipal solid waste landfills. This, referred to as a NESHAP, includes many of the same requirements as the NSPS, along with the requirement for developing a startup, shutdown, and malfunction plan and increased reporting frequency. The NSPS and the NESHAP rules are two of the most stringent programs in US EPA's rulemaking. The NSPS is set by US EPA to reflect the best system of emission reduction that has been adequately demonstrated. The NESHAP is set by US EPA to reflect the maximum degree of reduction in hazardous air pollutants that are achievable and where a health threshold has been established with an ample margin of safety. Computerized air dispersion modeling has historically been conducted as part of the Title V permit applications at Seneca Meadows and draft environmental impact statements associated with the landfill expansions, specifically in 1998 and 2006. Seneca Energy, an independently owned and operated facility, operates under their own Title V permit. Although not required by regulation, SMI agreed to New York DEC's request in 2006 to model emissions from both facilities together in order to demonstrate facility-wide compliance with applicable air quality standards, including the National Ambient Air Quality Standards set by US EPA to protect public health with an ample margin of safety, and New York State DEC's air toxics short-term and annual guideline concentrations. In addition to permits, environmental impact statements, and ongoing monitoring of landfill operations, ambient air sampling has periodically been conducted at and around Seneca Meadows landfill by Seneca Meadows and their consultants. Details on monitoring conducted by Seneca Meadows and the Seneca County Department of Health in 1997, New York State DEC and the Finger Lakes Zero Waste Coalition in 2013 are described later. New York State DEC also maintains an ambient air quality monitoring network around New York State to continually monitor regional air quality. Monitoring of air emissions. As I stated, state and federal rules are applicable to Seneca Meadows landfill and are incorporated into the Title V air permit for the facility. The following is a summary of these monitoring requirements. The landfill gas collection control system is designed to collect gas from all areas of the landfill, and equipment is designed to manage the maximum volume of gas predicted to be generated. The network of approximately 437 vertical wells and 118 horizontal collectors placed within the waste plants are connected via lateral piping and subheaders to the primary headers, which lead to a series of blowers. These blowers induce a vacuum on the landfill and simultaneously deliver landfill gas to the enclosed flares and the off-site Seneca Energy landfill gas to energy and high BTU facilities. Each of the vertical wells and horizontal collectors are monitored at least monthly for pressure, oxygen, and temperature based on the parameters prescribed by the NSPS and incorporated into the Title V permit. If measured values are identified outside of these parameters, adjustments are made and follow-up monitoring is performed at a prescribed schedule. Surface scans are conducted on a quarterly basis by following a serpentine pattern across the surface of the landfill, recording methane concentrations at 5 to 10 centimeters above the landfill surface at 30-meter intervals. Methane concentrations are recorded on iPad units that aid the technician in navigating the facility. The iPad unit will identify the real-time position of the technician within a grid system employed at the Seneca Meadows landfill. If concentrations above 500 parts per million are detected, cover improvements or other corrective measures are implemented and the area is remonitored until acceptable concentrations are identified. Performance tests are conducted on the enclosed flares to demonstrate that they achieve the destruction efficiency required by the NSPS. During operation, temperature and flow are recorded at least every 15 minutes, and a minimum operating temperature is required while the flare is in operation. The Title V permit requires that a written SSM plan be prepared to establish practices to be implemented during these events to reduce the potential for excess emissions. Startup, shutdown, and malfunction events are recorded and reported if any excess emissions occur. The Title V permit contains limits on the amount of carbon monoxide and oxides of nitrogen that the facility can emit, and monthly rolling totals of facility-wide emissions are maintained for comparison against these limits. The Title V permit requires daily observation of visible emissions and requires follow-up monitoring and corrective action if visible emissions are observed. Seneca Meadows also has a dust control plan that addresses measures for preventing and suppressing dust. Annually, a third party is used to conduct visible emission tests on the flares and the working areas of the landfill. Reporting. Every 6 months, a semi-annual monitoring report is submitted to New York State DEC and US EPA that includes a summary of all...
What does this have to do with local law 3?
Turn the papers in.
Come on.
It's recording.
Because you don't like what he's saying, doesn't mean he doesn't have to.
Who understands what he's saying?
We're supposed to be this.
This specifically addresses items on
Right, look, he's got an opportunity to speak. He's talking about their permitting process and the processes that they have in place or whatever to address some of the issues that some of you brought up as far as the safety, health, and so forth. So give him an opportunity, please.
Every 6 months, a semi-annual monitoring report is submitted to New York State DEC and US EPA that includes a summary of all the monthly well field monitoring and follow-up procedures, a summary of quarterly surface scan data and follow-up procedures, a summary of flare monitoring data, a summary of any deviations from permit requirements and whether the facility has been in continuous or intermittent operation, a summary of any excess emissions, a summary of any startup, shutdown, or malfunctions that could have occurred and that could have caused an exceedance of the emission limit, a drawing of the current gas collection system and any collectors that have been added or removed. On an annual basis, SMI submits the following to New York State DEC and US EPA. A certification of compliance and listing of deviations, if any, for each permit condition within the Title V permit, a report of greenhouse gas emissions under EPA's rules subpart HH, an annual emission statement which is submitted to New York State DEC. 10 years worth of ongoing semi-annual and annual reports have been submitted to the town clerk and are incorporated accordingly. To the best of my knowledge, SMI has remained in continuous compliance with each permit condition in almost every instance since the initial permit was issued in 2002, and there have been no instances we're aware of where an emission limit has been exceeded. Regarding ambient air quality, comprehensive continuous ambient air quality monitoring data is collected by New York State DEC and a network of measurement stations throughout New York State. Individual measurements at these stations are designated for use as part of either the National Ambient Air Quality Monitoring Stations or the state and local air monitoring stations systems. The NAMS, national stations, are part of a network established under the Clean Air Act of 1970 and the amendments of 1990. The NAMS data is utilized to determine compliance with the National Ambient Air Quality Standards for ozone, carbon monoxide, particulate matter less than 10 microns, lead, sulfur dioxide, and nitrogen dioxide. These pollutants are referred to as criteria pollutants. Ozone is believed to be caused by the photochemical reaction between volatile organic compounds and oxides of nitrogen. New York State DEC operates a total of 6 air monitoring sites within Regions 7 and 8. Of these, 2 are within DEC Region 7 and 4 are in Region 8. These sites contain a mix of manual and continuous recording instruments. The manual sites generally involve measurement of particulates, metals, and/or acid deposition in discrete periods of time, while the continuous sites provide tracking and logging of gaseous pollutant concentrations as a continuous function of time. The nearest NAM station to Seneca Meadows facility is an ozone measurement site located in the town of Williamson in Wayne County. All other stations are located farther away at a distance of 40 to 100 miles from the site. Due to the distance of these stations from the site and the general difference in surrounding metropolitan versus rural areas, the data may not be entirely representative of actual conditions at the site. However, it does represent the most thorough database of information and generally reflects air quality in the area. Based on the latest available 3 years of monitoring data between 2013 and 2015 from the above sites, presented in the New York State Ambient Air Quality Report for 2015, average concentrations for all contaminants were well below state and federal standards. This data is an indication of overall good ambient air quality in the area. Regarding greenhouse gases, the concerns expressed in Section 2A4 and 3AC of the proposed local law about greenhouse gases misses the mark on several fronts. Greenhouse gases are considered a regional and even a global issue, but I'm not aware of any local impacts of greenhouse gases. Further, the lack of a local disposal site could likely result in an increase in greenhouse gas emissions as waste may have to be transported a greater distance. While landfills do generate greenhouse gases, they also serve as a carbon sink and sequester carbon. The fraction of biogenic carbon that is not degraded within a landfill is permanently removed from the atmosphere and can never generate CO2, effectively offsetting greenhouse gas emissions. Additionally, the beneficial use of landfill gas as a renewable fuel source to generate electricity and natural gas, as it does at Seneca Meadows, further offsets greenhouse gas emissions from fossil fuel combustion. Air quality monitoring and modeling. In 1996 to 1997, a landfill gas sampling, risk evaluation, and ambient sampling program was completed at Seneca Meadows. The work was performed on behalf of Seneca Meadows in cooperation with New York State DEC and New York State Department of Health. Several air samples had previously been collected at and around the site by New York State Department of Health in 1995 and 1996, which according to the Department of Health did not quantify any off-site health risks associated with landfill air emissions. The objective of this study was to further investigate emissions from the landfill and the impact of these emissions off-site to determine the presence of odor-causing and air-toxic compounds and to conclude whether these compounds pose an unacceptable health risk at off-site receptors based on published health risk-based guidance values. A three-tiered approach was established. Collection of air and landfill gas samples at the surface of the landfill to determine emissions and emission rates. Computerized dispersion modeling of landfill gas emission rates, simulating various conditions and concentrations at off-site receptors. Ambient air sample collection on and off-site during odor events reported by the community. Based on analysis of this three-tiered ambient air sampling program and the approved scope of work, no off-site ambient air concentrations above New York State DEC short-term or annual guideline concentrations attributed to the landfill were identified or detected. The short-term and annual guideline concentrations are set by New York State DEC to assure that there is no unacceptable residual risk for any air contaminant regulated by New York State DEC's air toxics program. Comparison of the sample data to US EPA reference concentrations yielded similar results, indicating that further risk assessment, given the information that's currently available, would not provide a significant amount of additional information. While this monitoring is dated, it is relevant because in addition to the comparison of measured data to relevant standards, the measured data was consistent with the modeled data, thus confirming the value of modeling emissions from the site. The benefit of modeling is that it uses 5 years of local meteorological data to represent a wide variety of atmospheric conditions that cannot be replicated in any one-time sampling event. In 2006, as part of the DEIS prepared for the expansion, US EPA referenced air dispersion models were used to determine compliance with New York State DEC's annual and short-term guideline concentrations from all significant sources of air emissions at the site. Although not required by regulation, emissions from the existing landfill, the southeast landfill, and the western expansion, along with the on-site flares and off-site Seneca Energy engines and high BTU plant, were modeled based on emissions from the peak year of landfill gas generation from the site. All results were below the respective annual and short-term guideline concentrations established by New York State DEC. Each of the above two studies also compared modeled or measured concentrations to known odor thresholds. Evaluation of odors, particularly from a landfill site, is very difficult, as various members of the population can have very different odor thresholds, and people will disagree about what odors are considered offensive and what level is considered offensive. The data shows that the presence of landfill gas odor does not necessarily indicate a health risk based on New York State DEC guidance values and other recognized standards. Hydrogen sulfide, for example, which is a common component of landfill gas, has an odor threshold of 1/2 to 1 part per billion, where comparative worker exposure limit is 10,000 parts per billion. In 2012 and 2013, a community air screen program was conducted by Finger Lakes Zero Air Waste Coalition in cooperation with New York State DEC. 3 one-hour samples were collected at 3 locations between September 29, 2012 and October 24, 2012 at the following locations: near Ontario County Landfill, near a chemical manufacturing facility in the village of Waterloo, and near Seneca Meadows Landfill. The results were compared to New York State DEC's short-term guideline concentrations, as well as to year 2011 air toxics monitoring data from 10 stations that are part of New York State DEC's air toxic monitoring network located around New York State. In a June 3rd, 2013 report, New York State DEC stated the following: only 17 toxic air pollutants were detected, and all were well below the short-term health-based air concentration values. Therefore, the results would not be considered an imminent public health concern. The results are also below or within an order of magnitude of the long-term health-based air concentration values and similar to concentrations found in the DEC's ambient air monitoring network. Based on these comparisons, DEC staff concluded that follow-up sampling will not be considered at this time. In conclusion, this screening assessment did not identify concentrations of toxic air contaminants that would be considered a public health risk. Additionally, the results do not indicate the need for follow-up sampling at this time.
But yet it still
In
stays.
conclusion,
Filibuster.
given the stringent air permitting regulatory regime by which the Seneca Meadows landfill operates and the air quality monitoring and modeling that have been conducted, I have seen no facts that support the air quality related findings of the proposed local law that suggest that Seneca Meadows landfill air emissions are having deleterious effects. Thank you.
That's what we did. You never even gave your address.
Mr. Wilsey, are you taking any questions from a board member has a question? It's up to you, man.
I was just curious, so the last sampling that was done in, you said was 2013?
Yes.
So that was before the landfill was having issues with all the odors, correct?
Before the most recent time period, yes.
So no study has been done since 2013?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
Very, very well.
The next speaker is Ned, I don't know how to pronounce the last name. I apologize for that. I didn't want to mispronounce it.
It's Ostojic, Ned Ostojic. My name is Ned Ostojic. I'm the Director of Engineering, Water Science and Engineering, headquartered in Bington, Connecticut. I hold a PhD degree in analytical chemistry and I'm a registered professional engineer in chemical engineering in the state of Connecticut. I have served as an expert witness on other issues in approximately a dozen legal cases and hearings. I was one of the founders.
Can't hear you.
Better now?
Yes.
I was one of the founders of Water Science and Engineering. It will be 30 years next year. We at Water Science and Engineering deliberately made the word odor prominent in the name of our company to emphasize that it is our specialty. We are not wide-range environmental consultants. All we do is work on odor problems. In the odor measurement and control area, however, we do everything from the initial odor assessment to developing odor mitigation strategy and, when needed, providing design of odor control equipment. We have served clients in just about any industry that one would associate with odor, such as wastewater treatment plants, rendering, etc., and some rather unlikely ones, such as steel manufacturing plant in Missouri, a fabric softener plant near Chicago, major entertainment theme parks in the U.S., even Harvard Medical School, among others. Our clients have been located in essentially all of the United States, and we have served a number of clients internationally. As a director of engineering, I have been involved in virtually all of the comprehensive project which led to development of odor mitigation strategies. I'm here to provide comments regarding the proposed Town of Seneca Waste Disposal Law, in particular, Finding 11, Section 2, which states, and this is important to hear what exactly it states because I'm directing my comments to validity of that particular statement. Now, the quote, The inability of olfactory science to precisely ascertain the existence, organization, and severity of odors in the town due to ever-changing meteorological conditions makes it very difficult to accurately determine, record, control, or predict the extent to which odors that emanate from solid waste management facility may constitute harmful environmental pollution, or to remedy or mitigate such conditions. I find that statement to be in direct contradiction with the experience I've gained in some 40 years of working in the field of odor measurement and control, but I cannot say that I am surprised. Misgivings about olfactory system are not uncommon outside the field of odor science. We have come to rely on our visual and audio senses for most of the information we use in our everyday lives. Every day, consciously or subconsciously, we make countless decisions using the input from those two senses and have developed powerful methods for extending their reach. We can now see close to the end of the observable universe and can see individual atoms. In most people's lives, the olfactory sense has been relegated to the role of helping us taste our food, alerting us to foods we should avoid eating. In comparison with the visual and audio perceptions, the olfactory perceptions have become widely viewed as highly subjective and intrinsically unsuitable for precise and accurate measurements. Nothing can be further from the truth. Let me explain. In the course of many decades, we at Odor Science and Engineering have developed a universal approach to solving industrial odor problems applicable to all industries. This approach became widely recognized and accepted in the field. As a confirmation of that acceptance, I was asked by the Water Environment Federation to write a chapter entitled Assessing Odors and Air Emissions in their manual of practice, Control of Odors and Emissions from Wastewater Treatment Plants. The key steps in this approach are identification of potential odor sources, odor emission inventory, prioritization of odor sources by their odor emission rates, documented the maximum distance to which the odors from the facility can be detected, i.e. facility odor footprint, quantifying and characterizing the odors within the footprint, and identifying the odor sources primarily responsible for the odors, prioritizing the odor sources by their downwind odor impacts, quantifying and characterizing the odors that have caused complaints, defining the odor levels that are considered objectionable by the affected community, and selecting the target for odor remediation such that the off-site odors are kept below that level, identifying the odor mitigation options applicable to individual sources, ranking those options by cost effectiveness, and formulating an odor mitigation strategy capable of maintaining the odors below an objectionable level. As described in that chapter, this approach relies on the fact that the odors can be quantified with high precision irrespective of their nature. It turns out that our olfactory sense is capable of quantifying extremely complex odors, which can often not be quantified by the best of computerized analytical chemistry, chemical and instrumentation. As you may recall from my introductory remarks, part of my professional training was in analytical chemistry. When I was first introduced to the methods for measuring odors using the human nose, I was very condescending. That was a while ago, and I was sure that in the course of a few short years, those seemingly primitive methods would be completely replaced by analytical instrumentation and computers. Now, after many years of working in the field, this analytical chemist routinely accepts the results of odor measurement based on human olfactory sense over those from any instrumental chemical analysis. To help clarify many misconceptions regarding our olfactory sense, I wrote a paper entitled Measurement of Odors with a Nose or Without. The paper was presented at the 1995 Air and Waste Management Association International Specialty Conference. The main point made in the paper is that the human olfactory sense is intrinsically far superior to any instrumental chemical analysis of quantifying odors. In spite of huge advances in computer science since 1995, this conclusion is just as valid today as it was in 1995 when the paper was written. There are two basic properties of odors which can be quantified: odor concentration and odor intensity. Odor concentration is a measure of how much odor-free air is required to dilute an odor to its detectability or recognition thresholds. The principal method for measuring odor concentration is known as dynamic dilution olfactometry. The procedure is specified in the American Society for Testing of Materials method E67904. The precision achievable by dynamic dilution olfactometry was demonstrated in a large odor testing effort conducted at 22 wastewater treatment plant in California. This effort involved collection of approximately 500 duplicate odor samples which were analyzed by dynamic dilution olfactometry in a single laboratory. The precision of that analysis was evaluated by means of relative percent difference between duplicate measurements. Now, with the 95-degree large sample confidence interval, the RPD for 427 field duplicate sample was 16.6%. That means the precision was plus or minus about 80%. This level of precision rivals that routinely achievable by gas chromatographic analysis and most other analytical chemical methods. In addition to measurement of water concentration using the ASTM E67904, which is conducted in a laboratory setting, portable olfactometers are used for measurement of low-level ambient odors. With proper screening and training, these measurements can reach comparable levels of precision. The second odor property which can be quantified is odor intensity. Odor intensity is commonly described as subjective terms such as faint, strong, or overwhelming. This is similar to comparing subjective descriptions used for our sense of heat: cold, freezing, hot, boiling, etc. With the introduction of the temperature scale by Mr. Fahrenheit in the early 18th century, it became possible to describe heat sensation in objective quantitative terms. The ability to quantify odor intensity has been accomplished by introduction of the odor intensity scale as specified by the ASTM method E544-10. On that scale, odors with unknown intensity are compared with a series of dilutions of normal butanol in air. Normal butanol, or N-butanol, is one of the alcohol in a series of common chemicals which also include methanol, ethanol, that's commonly consumed in alcoholic beverages, and isopropyl, known as rubbing alcohol. The odor intensity scale is comprised of 8 dilutions of normal butanol in air, with the concentration of normal butanol doubling in each step. In comparing the odors, one alternates between sniffing the test odor and the N-butanol at increasing steps on the scale until a proper match is found. In that process, the character of the odor is ignored, and the attention is focused on the perception of intensity alone. This is similar to comparing the intensities of different colors. For example, the intensity of blue and yellow lights could be adjusted to the same level, even though the colors are quite different. OS&D, Odor Science and Engineering staff participated in development of these methods, both ASTM method 679-404 and E544-10. The relationship between those two quantities, odor concentration and odor intensity, is not linear. As the odor concentration increases, so does the odor intensity, but the increase in intensity gradually slows down as the saturation level of olfactory sense is approached. The rate of this slowdown is different for different types of odors. This relationship between odor concentration and intensity, known as Stevens' law, provides another helpful tool in quantifying and characterizing the odors. The approach to assessment of odor problems, which are described in the Manual of Practice, WEF, Manual of Practice, chapter I referred to earlier, is applicable to all industries, irrespective of the complexity of the odor problems encountered in those industries. For example, the most complex odor issues are encountered in large refineries. They typically have hundreds of odor sources with many widely different types of odors. Many odor release points are in complex structures which create complex wind obstructions and result in complex odor dispersion patterns. You have all seen refineries driving on some highways, so you can see how complex they can be. In spite of their complexity, even the odors from large refineries can be quantified and effectively controlled. In contrast, the odor issues at the landfill are among the simplest. There are just two main types of odor at landfills. The odor from the so-called active phase, where the municipal solid waste, that's MSW, is being buried, and the odor of landfill gas, or LFG. The active phase odors resemble that of old garbage. In terms of their concentration, the odors are not very strong, but the waste is spread out for burial. They have a chance to escape to the atmosphere. To minimize that odor release, the open area of active phase is kept as small as possible, and the waste is promptly covered. The odors that do manage to escape are intercepted by odor neutralizers sprayed across the plane with odor plume at the active phase and along the landfill perimeter. Landfill gas is a result of the underground decomposition of the municipal solid waste over time. It has a distinct odor character which makes it possible to distinguish it from the odor of the municipal solid waste. The distinction is very important because it makes it possible to properly direct the odor remediation effort. The techniques for control of landfill gas emissions are completely different from those used for control of active phase odors. They consist of capturing the landfill gas underground before it has a chance to escape to the atmosphere. For that purpose, the somewhat older areas of the landfill where landfill gas is being generated are capped with an impermeable cover. Gas collection wells are installed in those areas to collect the gas below the cover. The collected gas represents a valuable resource because of its high methane content and is used for energy generation. With regard to finding 11, citing quote now, ever-changing meteorological conditions, end quote, making it essentially impossible to monitor and control the odors, it should be noted that both principal odor associated with the landfills, LFG, that is landfill gas, and municipal solid waste odors are emitted at ground level. In comparison with many odors emitted from stacks and or elevated structure in other industries, dispersion patterns for ground level odors are much simpler and easier to predict. More importantly, odors from ground level sources make it possible to reliably locate the source of odor, which is the essential first step in odor remediation, as explained below. Effective management of both the MSW and LFG odor requires an effective off-site and on-site odor monitoring program using the odor measurement tools described above. The first step in correcting any objectionable landfill-related odor which may be detected is to identify it either as MSW or LFG odor. A clearly recognizable difference in the odor character of these two odors makes this task straightforward. If the odor is identified as MSW, a rapid communication with the personnel on the active phase is needed to trigger a remediation effort. If the odor is identified as LFG, an effort needs to be promptly initiated to locate the source of an odor. Locating the source of the odor is more straightforward when the source is at the ground level. The technique of tracing a ground level source to its ground level odor to its source consists of systematically traversing the odor plume in a series of traverses, with each successive traverse being further upwind towards the source. As the source is approached, the odor plume typically becomes more progressively narrower, and it increases in odor intensity, indicating the proximity of the source. This process of traversing is continued until the odor is no longer detectable, indicating that the source was passed and that the source lies downwind behind you. This approach is especially well suited for locating isolated quote-unquote hotspots of odor emissions. To better define a wider area of ground level odor emissions, a triangulation procedure is used. This procedure involves several on-site odor surveys conducted under different wind conditions. The odor zones detected during those surveys are recorded on a detailed map of the landfill. The odor source area is located by plotting wind directions on those survey maps and projecting the recorded area zone in upward directions. The area of these projections, the area where these projections intersect is the source of the odor. For effective implementation of such odor monitoring programs, the staff carrying out the progress must be screened for olfactory acuity, ability to match odor intensities, and for odor recognition ability. The staff who passes the screening test should then be trained in odor quantification techniques and in the odor monitoring procedures, including the procedures for odor complaints follow-up investigations. OS&D, Odor Science and Engineering, that is, has provided such a screening and training program for the staff of the Seneca Meadows landfill. OS&D has conducted numerous such training programs for a variety of industrial and clients and for many regulatory agencies nationwide. The SMI staff who completed the training were among the best qualified with regard to their olfactory sensitivity and the ability to apply the techniques they had been instructed in. In conclusion, I believe that finding 11 has no basis in fact and cannot appropriately be used to support the proposed local law. Thank you.
The next speaker is Rob Holmes.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Robert Holmes, and I maintain a place of business at 1200 Scottsville Road, Building C, Suite 320 in Rochester. I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of New York, and have been practicing in the civil engineering and consulting field for 22 years. I have a bachelor's of science degree in civil engineering from Purdue University, and a Master of Science in Civil Engineering from Missouri University of Science and Technology. I've been employed by Cornerstone Environmental Group for 7 years, with my principal areas of work in site civil design and solid waste management facilities. Included in my work is design, construction, inspection, and monitoring of stormwater management facilities. I'm making this statement tonight to address those sections contained in the currently pending Town of Seneca Falls Waste Disposal Law that imply that waste management operations within the Town of Seneca Falls have deleterious effects on surface water quality. 10 years worth of semi-annual, annual, and other technical reports addressing the robust water monitoring and pollution prevention activities that occur at the Seneca Meadows facility have already been submitted to the town. Surface water monitoring is conducted in accordance with an environmental monitoring plan at the site and a site analytical plan approved by the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation. The Environmental Monitoring Plan, or EMP, also details existing water quality and describes how future monitoring data will be evaluated and compared to both existing water quality and the New York State groundwater quality standards. The SAP, or the Site Analytical Plan, describes the methods and procedures used to collect and analyze the samples so that methods and procedures are consistent with time. The SAP also requires that the samples be analyzed by an independent analytical laboratory that is certified by the state of New York. Since the realignment of Black Brook for the ongoing facility operations, surface water quality data is obtained on a quarterly basis at 4 locations. In addition, 8 sediment samples are collected, 2 each adjacent to each of the surface water sampling locations. Surface water quality results indicate that downstream water quality is comparable to upstream water quality and does not reflect impacts from the facility. Concentrations of iron, manganese, aluminum, total phenolics are sometimes found above New York State DEC Class C surface water quality standards, and these variations from the Class C surface water quality standards are attributed to natural conditions. Similar to surface water quality, sediment quality does not indicate impacts from the facility. Downstream samples typically have higher values than upstream samples for parameters such as COD, TKN, various metals, and chlorides. However, the downstream samples are obtained in a wetland environment with enriched organic content and reducing conditions which are favorable to elevating such parameters. Similarly, concentrations of various metals such as iron, manganese, copper, barium, lead, zinc, etc. are sometimes higher than the upstream results. However, none of the results exceeded the New York State DEC sediment guidance failures, and are attributable to naturally occurring conditions. Stormwater runoff from the facility is currently collected and conveyed to a series of stormwater basins. The facility operations north of the former Black Brook alignment drain via gravity flow through conveyance features into 3 stormwater ponds to the west of the facility, or 3 stormwater ponds to the east of the facility. The stormwater runoff from the remainder of the facility operations are managed through a series of conveyance features that convey stormwater south and under Saltman Road and into 3 stormwater ponds to the south of the facility. There's also a second set of 3 stormwater ponds to the east of the facility, and 2 additional ponds are approved and will be constructed as operations continue. Perimeter channels direct stormwater runoff from final cover slopes into culverts which empty into these basins or ponds. The basin system consists of separate impoundments to allow a quiescent period for the basins that have reached capacity, as this is necessary to facilitate sedimentation. The West Pond and East Pond systems discharge into Black Brook, and the South Pond system discharges into the Seneca Canal. Prior to discharge, which is controlled by pumping only, stormwater is obtained in the ponds for a 30-day period, approximately 2 weeks for settling, followed by sampling, analysis, and obtaining approval from the DEC before being discharged. The samples collected consist of individual gram samples, and the parameters to be measured and the limits are specific conductivity with a limit of 1,500 micromoles, total suspended solids, and pH. The stormwater is not released until discharge is approved by the New York State DEC. In addition to meeting the environmental monitoring plan requirements for monitoring pond discharges of stormwater and natural surface waters are inspected and monitored in accordance with the New York State DEC Multi-Sector General Permit, or the MSGP, for stormwater discharges associated with industrial activities. The facility has permit coverage under this New York State DEC General Permit. Facility inspections related to stormwater are conducted 2 times per week. The inspections are performed by third-party professionals, and they assess the conditions at the facility that could impact stormwater quality and assess the effectiveness of the stormwater management best management practices that have been chosen to control the quality of stormwater discharges. Inspections generally cover or include the following: areas where industrial materials or activities are exposed to stormwater, industrial materials, residue or trash on the ground that can contaminate or be washed away in stormwater, leaks or spills from industrial equipment, barrels, tanks, or similar containers, unauthorized non-stormwater discharges, or allowable non-stormwater discharges that are not certified. We look at off-site tracking of industrial materials or sediment where vehicles enter or exit the site, and stormwater best management practices identified in the Stormwater Pollution Prevention Plan are observed to ensure that they are operating correctly. Where there is the potential for pollution to occur, the facility is notified and measures are implemented to prevent potential pollutants from impacting the environment. Additionally, the MSGP requires the monitoring of runoff from portions of the facility that are associated with industrial activity. That is Sector L for landfills, Sector M for recycling facilities, and Sector P for land transportation and warehousing activity. The west, east, and south pond system outfalls, which are referred to as SW5, SW22, and SW23, respectively, are sampled during pond release events. And an additional outfall, SW21, is sampled during more regular stormwater discharge events. Samples are visually observed for potential pollutants on a quarterly basis and submitted for laboratory analysis on an annual basis. The results of the annual sampling are reported to the New York State DEC during the following calendar year. Seneca Meadows has consistently maintained an aggressive and proactive program to monitor and protect surface water from ongoing operations. Based on my professional experience, it is my opinion that surface water data collected to date, which has been fully reviewed by the DEC, clearly indicates that there have been no impacts to surface water from the ongoing facility operations. While there have been occasional elevated parameters noted at the stormwater sampling points in the past several years, follow-up sampling has indicated the results were an anomaly, they were consistent with background levels, or water quality was improved through implementation of best management practices in accordance with the multi-sector general permit. Furthermore, impacts to the water quality have not been observed that were attributable to facility operations. Thank you.
How many would you speak? Two more.
Tim, Leonard, Stuart.
Thank you for the opportunity to address the board this evening. My name is Tim Roper. My place of business is at 100 Crystal Run Road in Middletown, New York. I'm a licensed professional geologist and have been practicing in the environmental consulting field for approximately 34 years. I have a Bachelor of Science degree in geology from Kent State University, excuse me, from the State University of New York at Oneonta, and a Master of Science degree in geology from Kent State University. I've been employed by Cornerstone Environmental Group for 7 years. My principal areas of work in hydrogeologic characterization of solid waste facilities and industrial contaminated sites. I'm making this statement to address those sections contained in the currently pending Town of Seneca Falls waste disposal law that imply that waste management operations within the Town of Seneca Falls have deleterious effects on groundwater quality. 10 years worth of semi-annual, annual, and other technical reports addressing the robust water quality monitoring and pollution prevention activities that occur at Seneca Meadows facility and which support this statement have been submitted to the board. To provide some background, the geology and hydrogeology of the Seneca Meadows facility has been defined as required under New York's Part 360 solid waste regulations. More specifically, this included preparation of a site investigation plan that was submitted to and approved by the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation prior to implementation that detailed the methods and procedures that would be used to characterize the facility in accordance with the regulations. Following approval by New York State DEC, the site investigation plan was implemented and the results were reported in the site investigation report, again in accordance with the Part 360 regulations. Briefly, the work described above characterized the geology and hydrogeology as consisting of low permeability, glacial lake plain sediments overlying bedrock consisting of the Onondaga limestone formation within the southern portion of the facility and the Birdie and Cobleskill formations to the north. The overburdened soils have been subdivided into 4 units identified from top to bottom or ground surface to depth as an upper glacial lacustrine, which is a barred lean clay with frequent silt partings, an upper glacial till, which is a red-brown sandy silt and clay with a trace fine and coarse gravel, a lower glacial lacustrine unit, which consists of a thinly barbed lean clay, silt, or sandy silt, and a lower glacial till, which is a dense sandy clay or clay sand gravel. The thickness and structural contour maps, or top elevation maps, of each of these units, as well as north-south and east-west oriented cross-sections have been prepared as part of the site investigation reports and illustrate the site geology and groundwater flow in 3 dimensions. Groundwater flow underlying the site occurs within the overburdened soils and fractured bedrock units described above. Precipitation infiltrating the ground principally flows vertically downward through the overburden units with localized horizontal flow within the lacustrine units noted previously until reaching the bedrock. Once in the bedrock, groundwater flow is regional, consistent with the regional gradient to the south-southwest. Understanding of the hydrogeology derived from the site investigation work has been used to develop an environmental monitoring plan for both surface and groundwater. Groundwater monitoring is conducted in accordance with the environmental monitoring plan and the site analytical plan, both approved by New York State DEC. On the basis of the hydrogeology, the environmental monitoring plan identifies the monitoring well locations that are sampled quarterly as part of the required groundwater monitoring program. The wells are constructed to monitor water-bearing zones within both the overburden and the bedrock, as identified during the site investigation, and are located around the full perimeter of the facility at approximately 500-foot intervals down gradient or downstream of the facility, and approximately 1,500-foot intervals both cross gradient and up gradient or upstream of the facility. The location and number of wells included in the monitoring program is routinely updated, either added or subtracted with time as construction of the facility progresses. The environmental monitoring plan also details existing water quality, or water quality that's measured prior to facility construction, and describes how future monitoring data will be evaluated and compared to both existing water quality and New York State groundwater quality standards. The site analytical plan describes the methods and procedures used to collect and analyze the samples so that the methods and procedures are consistent with time. The site analytical plan also requires that the samples be analyzed by an independent analytical laboratory that is certified by the state of New York. As of 2016, the facility-wide monitoring program included 75 individual monitoring wells. Samples are collected quarterly and analyzed for the required New York Part 360 routine parameters during 3 quarters of the year, and for the Part 360 baseline parameters, an expanded list of analytical parameters, for 1 quarter. The 1 quarter per year for which the baseline parameters are analyzed is rotated from year to year to reflect seasonal variability. Known water quality impacts associated with historical areas of the facility, or those areas that were operated prior to the current Part 360 regulations that require double composite waste cell liners, and before the facility was operated by the current owners, as well as downgrading of the Tantala waste disposal area, which I will address specifically in a moment, are observed in the monitoring program. However, these known impacts are limited to the boundaries of the facility, and this has been documented in numerous reports that have been submitted to the board for reference. These known areas are undergoing remediation, and monitoring demonstrates improvement in water quality over time. Occasional detections of salt components are also noted in monitoring wells adjacent to facility access roads and/or along Route 414 associated with salting of the roads during the winter. No impacts to water quality have been observed associated with any portion of the facility constructed with double composite liners as called for by the New York Part 360 regulations. With respect to the Tantala disposal area, it's an approximately 26-acre area located within the facility and was originally listed by the New York State DEC as a Class II inactive hazardous waste disposal site. The New York State DEC divided the Tantala disposal area into 2 operable units, or OUs. OU1 deals with waste disposal site area, the remedy for which included a cap, leachate and groundwater collection system, gas venting system, a cutoff wall, and waste consolidation along with other supporting activities such as an access road, relocation of drainage controls, etc., and deed restrictions. Operable Unit 2, or OU2, deals with the bedrock groundwater. Upon completion of the DEC-approved remedial measures, in May 2009, the Tantala disposal area was reclassified to Class 4 on the New York State Registry of Inactive Hazardous Waste Sites because it no longer poses a significant threat to public health or the environment. The Tantala disposal area is currently in operations, maintenance, and monitoring phase of the remediation. Groundwater-related monitoring occurs related to both OU1 and OU2. The OU1 monitoring consists of 2 aspects. First, groundwater quality monitoring of 5 overburdened well locations where impacts to groundwater have previously been detected, and 2, leachate flow and quality monitoring. The groundwater monitoring for OU1 is localized because of the predominantly vertical groundwater flow within the overburden deposits. That is, impacts are very localized to the immediate vicinity of the Tantala disposal area. Groundwater monitoring has indicated improvements in water quality over time and decreases in constituents present in leachate. Monitoring related to OU2 consists of routine, semi-annual groundwater environmental monitoring in 32 shallow and deep bedrock wells, and performance monitoring on a quarterly basis in select wells when electron donor injections are performed to assess effects of the electron donor injection. 3 initial electron donor additives were performed per the approved remedial design. 2 were fast-acting and 1 was more long-acting electron donor injection. Since completion of the initial electron donor injections, based upon groundwater monitoring data, 2 supplemental electron donor injections were performed to further enhance natural attenuation. The last injection was completed in 2014. Based on the routine groundwater monitoring performed for OU2 since 2009, the plume has been retracting, concentrations of contaminants are declining, and the Sentinel wells consistently demonstrate that the plume is contained on the property. Overall, ongoing monitoring of both OU1 and OU2 indicates that both remedies have been successful and are meeting the remedial action objectives. Periodic review reports are submitted annually to the New York State DEC, which provide the certifications that the remedies are performing as intended and meeting the remedial action objectives of protecting human health and the environment. Actions at the Tantallo disposal area demonstrate that remediation is practical, possible, and effective. Of note, when monitoring was first started at the Tantallo disposal area, it included surface water. However, based on a consistent demonstration that there was no impact on surface water quality and that the closure had resulted in successful stabilization, full vegetation and erosion and sediment control transport were not occurring, and surface water monitoring was discontinued with approval of New York State DEC. In addition to the above, Section 360-1.9G of the New York Part 360 regulations requires that if a landfill facility is proposed to be located adjacent to an inactive hazardous waste disposal site, classified as Class 1, 2, 3, or 4 in the New York State DEC's Registry of Inactive Hazardous Waste Disposal Sites, sufficient information must be presented to allow the DEC to determine whether the proposed activity would interfere significantly with potential ongoing or completed remedial programs, or expose the environment or public health to a significantly increased threat of harm. The 1.9G demonstration, completed for the 2007 expansion, demonstrated that the landfill expansion would neither interfere with any potential, ongoing, or completed remedial program at the Tantallo disposal area, nor expose the environment or public health to a significantly increased threat of harm. It also demonstrated that the monitorability of the landfill expansion would continue to be distinguishable from that of the Tantallo disposal area. The accuracy of these conclusions have been demonstrated by the ongoing monitoring programs for the ongoing facility operations and the closed Tantallo disposal area, and can be summarized as follows. All maintenance and monitoring activities at the Tantallo disposal area have been successfully performed without interruption or interference, and each periodic review report submitted to DEC has certified that the remedial actions are performing as intended and are protective of human health and the environment. Monitoring data at the Tantallo disposal area has successfully tracked the decline in contaminant concentrations and contraction of the plume. There has not been any interference in the interpretation of the data from the adjacent ongoing facility operations. Similarly, the monitoring data for the ongoing facility operations is readily distinguished from the Tantallo disposal area data, as the groundwater signatures are well understood and consistent. In summary, Seneca Meadows has consistently maintained an aggressive and proactive monitoring program to protect groundwater from both ongoing operations, but also from the Tantallo disposal area, which is operated historically by another unrelated entity. Based on my professional experience, it is my opinion that the groundwater data collected to date, which has also been fully reviewed and approved by New York State DEC, clearly indicates that there have been no impacts to groundwater from the ongoing facility that is operated in accordance with current Part 360 regulation, and historic impacts associated with prior owners have been contained on the property and have been improving over time. Thank you.
The next speaker is Stuart Rosel.
Good evening, my name is Stuart Rosel. I maintain a place of business at 700 Turner Road, Newark, New York. I currently operate American Falconry Services, LLC, which provides vector control services to 3 waste management facilities in the United States. My business primarily includes the use of falcons, which are a natural predator to gulls and other birds, to control their presence at and around solid waste management facilities. I'm submitting this statement to address those sections contained in the currently pending Town of Seneca Falls Waste Disposal Law that imply that waste management operations within the Town of Seneca Falls have deleterious effects on the wholesome and attractive environment for the community. I've been engaged in the care and training of birds, including falcons, since 1975, first in the United Kingdom, then since 1993 in the United States. During that time, I trained well over 1,000 individual birds of prey, including falcons, hawks, owls, and eagles. While in the United Kingdom, I worked at the world-renowned British Royal Falconry as head instructor for 6.5 years, teaching falconry to many hundreds of individuals. I was asked to come to the United States to set up and run the first full-time falconry school, Falconry Academy, in Southern California. Upon arrival in the United States, I was required to get a falconry permit from the California Department of Fish and Game, as does anyone who wishes to practice falconry in the United States. Because of my experience, was granted a master falconry permit, which I have held to this day. I also hold a master falconry permit from the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation. I hold a United States Fish and Wildlife Service Special Purpose Abatement Permit using I also hold a United States Fish and Wildlife Service Special Purpose Abatement Permit and a raptor propagation permit, both of which I have copies of. I was the first person in the United States ever to be issued an abatement permit specifically to address goal concerns on landfills. I'm also a member of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service approved cooperative breeding program. In 1996, I was asked to give a presentation to the Bird Strike Committee USA on the effectiveness of trained falcons as a deterrent to birds inhabiting airports in an effort to cut down the collision of birds and aircraft known as bird strikes. Subsequent to that presentation, the company for which I worked was hired to set up and run bird control programs at McConnell Air Force Base, McGuire Air Force Base, and March Air Reserve Base. For 12 years, I also managed the falconry program at JFK Airport, which was the largest of its kind at that time, actually, at the time. In 1998, I flew the first trained falcons flying on a solid waste management facility in the United States in Reno, Nevada, and Sonoma, California, having previously flown falcons on solid waste management facilities in the United Kingdom. In 2000, I set up and managed the first full-time program at a solid waste management facility in the United States in Ocean County, New Jersey. That program is still in operation today. In 2013, I started my own company and now contract my services to 3 waste management facilities, including Seneca Meadows. I am generally acknowledged in the field of bird abatement as the most experienced in the United States. My company owns the largest collection of trained falcons, numbering over 60, specifically trained for bird abatement. We also breed in excess of 30 falcons each year, some of which we keep in train. Others go to others in the industry. I've had several chapters written, published in various books. Get into goal control at Seneca Meadows landfill specifically. Falcons are an exceptionally effective method of controlling gulls at waste management facilities. Other methods have been and continue to be used to scare gulls and other birds from waste management facilities as well as other sites. These methods include, but are not limited to, distress callers, lasers, scare balloons, propane cannons, dogs, and pyrotechnics. However, in my experience, birds will eventually, and sometimes rather quickly, habituate to these methods. Because falcons are natural predators to most species of birds, gulls included, they are instinctively afraid of them and do not habituate to them as those that do quickly get caught by wild predators. Gulls are an extremely intelligent bird and quickly adapt to the fact that the presence of falcons makes the location unfavorable. Do you mind if I just grab my bottle of water? I'm sorry.
Just summarize.
Gulls are extremely intelligent and quickly adapt to the fact that the presence of falcons makes the location unfavorable. In fact, gulls learn the sight of the falcon's vehicle and often leave as soon as they see it. Although a properly run falconry program is expensive because specialized manpower is needed as well as the breeding, training, and upkeep of a team of falcons, in my experience, when a business or landowner is serious, they will use trained falcons. The use of falcons as vector control at solid waste management facilities is regulated by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and in New York by DEC. My employees and anyone else involved in the field of bird abatement in New York must also have their own individual fault permits. To obtain such a permit, one has to pass a test, have the premises where the books will be kept inspected by a representative from DEC, and then serve an apprenticeship of 2 years under a practicing falconer. In February 2004, the company I worked for was approached by Seneca Meadows to conduct a 3-week pilot program to test the effectiveness of trained falcons in controlling the presence of gulls at the facility. At the time, the United States Department of Agriculture estimated that in February and March of 2003, up to 100,000 gulls were present at the facility at any one time. The 3-week pilot program included the use of 5 falcons and was very effective. At the end of the pilot program, the gull count had been reduced to an approximate high of 500 gulls per day. Seneca Meadows then engaged the company I was employed by to perform full-time gull control at the facility. In 2013, having formed my own company, I took over the contract with Seneca Meadows. Since that time, Seneca Meadows has had 2 dedicated falconers flying falcons at the facility. These falconers underwent the same training I was required to undergo as described above. The falconers take counts of the gulls present at the facility every week, noting the highest number of gulls seen on site at any time during the week. This count does not represent a constant number of gulls on site, but rather a high each week. By utilising the worst case number as a benchmark, we are better able to truly gauge the effectiveness of the falcons. The current maximum number of gulls present at the facility occurs during their migration period in February and March and only reaches approximately 10,000. This is in stark contrast to the numbers recorded by the USDA prior to the falconry program, which was up to 100,000 birds. And this number is generally only for a short 2 or 3 week period while gulls are passing through on migration. On a regular basis, the number of gulls rarely reaches more than a maximum of 1,000. Gull counts taken before and after the falcon program Seneca Meadows facility was implemented clearly show how effective it has been and how well it deters the presence of avian vectors. Seneca Meadows also holds a U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service depredation permit, which serves to supplement the use of falcons, handheld pyrotechnics, and gull distress callers at the facility. And just to sum this up, not only was Seneca Meadows the first waste management facility in New York to utilize this highly effective method, but Seneca Meadows is currently operating the largest falcon program of any waste management facility in the United States, at a large cost to them. Seneca Meadows has consistently maintained an aggressive and proactive program to control gulls at the facility in the town of Seneca Falls. Based upon my professional experience, Seneca Meadows program of gull control goes above and beyond what I've seen at other solid waste management facilities in the US or even in Europe.
That concludes all the speakers.
So at this point, that concludes the public hearing, the public comment portion of the hearing. So the board has the local law before it. You've conducted a public hearing, as alluded to by other speakers. There is this would be an action by the town board. It does require review under the State Environmental Quality Review Act. The board's required to take a hard look at the action and determine its environmental significance. Now, This is something that's required to be in writing. It's something that's not before the board at this time, and the board would not be able to conduct this review this evening.
I do have with me tonight parts 1 and 2 of a short environmental assessment form that I'd like to hand out to the town board. So this is part 1 about the project information that, as I understand, needs to be completed before we can vote on the law. The name of the action or project is the proposed adoption of waste disposal local law number 3. Project location, town of Seneca Falls, Seneca County, New York. Brief description of proposed action is proposed adoption of local law regulating waste disposal in the town of Seneca Falls. Name of applicant or sponsor is the town of Seneca Falls Town Board. It lists our telephone, email, and address on it. The first question on this assessment form says, does the proposed action only involve the legislative adoption of a plan, local law, ordinance, administrative rule, or regulation? It is checked yes, and it says, if yes, attach a narrative description of the intent of the proposed action and the environmental resources that may be affected in the municipality, and proceed to part 2. So part 2 is attached. And then it's the 3rd page, and part 2, there are 11 questions on there. Will the proposed action create a material conflict with an adopted land use plan or zoning regulation? All these questions are answered no. Will the proposed action result in a change in the use or intensity of use of land? No. Will the proposed action impair the character or quality of the existing community? No. Will the proposed action have an impact on the environmental characteristics that cause the establishment of a critical environmental area? No. Will the proposed action result in an adverse change in the existing level of traffic or affect existing infrastructure for mass transit, biking, or walkway? No. Will the proposed action cause an increase in the use of energy and it fails to incorporate reasonably available energy conservation or renewable energy opportunities? No. Will the proposed action impact existing public-private water supplies or public-private wastewater treatment utilities? No. Will the proposed action impair the character or quality of important historic, archaeological, architectural, or aesthetic resources? No. Will the proposed action result in an adverse change to the natural resources, for example, wetlands, water bodies, groundwater, air quality, flora, and fauna? No. Will the proposed action result in an increase in the potential for erosion, flooding, or drainage problems? No. And will the proposed action create a hazard to the environmental resources or human health? No. So it is my intention to make a motion to adopt parts 1 and 2 of this short environmental assessment form. And it just states that the local law that we are proposing, it does the short environmental assessment form for the local law.
I'll second that.
I don't know if there's any discussion, not even sure of.
What was number 3?
Will the proposed action impair the character or quality of the existing community?
Yes.
The local law will impair the
Motion on the floor with a second. That was closed to the audience.
Yeah, I'd like an opinion from our attorneys as to how to proceed on this.
You got a second.
Actually, what you're being asked to determine is, you have gone through part two. Part two directs your inquiry into the various topics of where an action of the town board could impact the environment. What you're being asked is whether or not, having considered these different areas, whether or not the action will have a significant adverse impact on the environment based on the action of the town board. So here, you haven't, if this is adopted as, part two is adopted as is, you have not identified any moderate or large impacts. Everything identified is either a small or no impact. So given that, it would not be likely that you would have a significant adverse environmental impact associated with the action. So that would be a positive declaration. Because you have everything noted as a negative, or no impact or a small impact, it would be more appropriate to have a negative declaration, which is a finding that there is no significant adverse environmental impact associated with this action. That's ultimately the finding that you would make. And that also would make up part three of the environmental assessment form.
We can do this ourselves.
Nobody else can do it. Actually, along the way here, it will be, before you do the ultimate determination, the board should designate itself as a lead agency for this. It's a town board action, you're adopting a local law. Nobody else can really be the lead agent for you, but there should be a separate resolution for the board to be the lead agency before adopting either a positive declaration or a negative declaration.
So I guess what I was asking, there's no challenges that can be made to this once we adopt this or whatever, where this is our...
There can always be challenges, sure. Well, I believe the first motion was to accept parts 1 and 2, and you have your findings of part 2 here. That's on the floor. If the board's going to go forward, you might as well act on that. Designate yourself as lead agency. Make your finding. That's how I would suggest you rules.
You have a motion, you have a second, if there's no further discussion,
Brad, as you said, we're here discussing this here, and we're not having any participation from the audience. That includes you as well.
you can't hear the discussion.
I'm not discussing any right now. You heard the questions I asked him.
So all this is basically saying is that it's a short environmental assessment form that says that the passage of local law 3 will not have small impact, none or a small impact on the 11 items that I brought up. And we have an environmental attorney here that could also maybe clarify any questions that someone may have.
She's still over there
I just
reviewing
want
it.
to make sure that
I'm just waiting for
I want to read everything before I actually make it, so I apologize, but I just want to make sure that I'm actually covering it.
Good? Okay, we had a motion on the floor. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Nay.
As we discussed, oh, I'm sorry. As I laid out, there will be necessary to have a designation of this board as the lead agency for seeker. That would be a recommendation to do next.
You're the only involved agents. There's really...
Doug, that's inappropriate for you. You're participating.
You make a motion that the town board be the lead agency in this short environmental assessment course. With local law.
I'll second it.
Is there any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Nay. Motion passes. I don't know if I said that the first time. I really wasn't expecting to do all this tonight.
Really?
I'm talking about here as far as being the deputy supervisor running this meeting. So if I've made any procedural errors, I'm just trying to cover everything.
And then as Attorney Morrell mentioned, a negative declaration, I also have that. And I will read it to you. It's a little lengthy, so please bear with me. The Town of Seneca Falls Town Board met at 81 West Baird Street, Seneca Falls, New York on November 30, 2016 at 6 p.m. The meeting was called to order by Supervisor Lazaro, and upon a roll call being called, the following were present and everyone was present. However, Supervisor Lazaro did get up and leave the meeting. Councilperson Annette Lutz presented the following resolution, which was, I will read it to you. The resolution of the Town of Seneca Falls Town Board issuing negative declaration pursuant to the State Environmental Quality Review Act for the proposed waste disposal local law. Whereas the Town of Seneca Falls Town Board is reviewing a proposed waste disposal local law and must comply with the State Environmental Quality Review Act prior to making any determination whether to adopt the proposed local law. Whereas the proposed adoption of the local law is an unlisted action as defined by 6 NYCRR section 617.2 AK. Whereas there is no other involved agency in connection with the local law as that term is defined by 6 NYCRR section 617.2 S. Whereas the town board prepared parts 1 and 2 of the short environmental assessment form in connection with the proposed local law and resolved to adopt the short environmental assessment form on November 30th, 2016. Whereas the short environmental assessment form adopted by the town board did not identify any potential moderate to large impacts, and whereas the town board now desires to make its determination of significance for the proposed local law in accordance with 6 NYCRR section 617.7. Now therefore be it resolved, the Town of Seneca Falls Town Board as follows. 1, based upon a thorough exam of the CEF, the proposed local law, and review of the CEQA regulations at 6 NYCRR section 617.7, particularly the criteria for determining significance therein as set forth below, and based further on the town board's knowledge of the town of Seneca Falls and such further investigation as the town board has deemed appropriate, the town board has identified the following relevant areas of environmental concern and makes the following findings with respect to the proposed local law. 2, the proposed local law would not cause a substantial adverse change in traffic levels or transportation systems in or around the town of Seneca Falls. 3, the proposed local law is intended in part to avoid harmful emissions from waste disposal, would not involve significant air emissions, and would not cause a substantial adverse change in the existing air quality in or around the town of Seneca Falls. 4, the proposed local law is intended in part to protect groundwater from impacts from waste disposal and therefore would not cause a substantial adverse change in existing groundwater quality in and around the town of Seneca Falls. 5, the proposed local law would not cause a substantial adverse change in the federal or state regulated wetlands or any other wetlands in or around the town of Seneca Falls. 6, the proposed local law would not cause a substantial adverse change in the potential for erosion, flooding, or drainage problems in or around the town of Seneca Falls. 7, the proposed local law would not cause a substantial adverse change in existing noise levels in or around the town of Seneca Falls. 8, the proposed local law would regulate waste disposal in the town of Seneca Falls, but would not otherwise cause a substantial increase in the production of solid waste. 9, the proposed local law would not cause a substantial change in the use of either quantity or type of energy used in or around the town of Seneca Falls. 10, the proposed local law would not cause a removal or destruction of large quantities of vegetation or fauna, substantial interference with the movement of any resident or migratory fish or wildlife species, substantial adverse impacts on any significant habitat area, or other significant adverse impacts to existing natural resources in or around the town of Seneca Falls. 11, the proposed local law would not cause a substantial adverse impact to any threatened or endangered species or habitat in or around the town of Seneca Falls. 12, the proposed local law would not cause the impairment of the environmental characteristics of any critical environmental area as designed pursuant to 6 NYCRR section 617.14. The proposed local law does not conflict with the town of Seneca Falls comprehensive plan or zoning regulations. 14, the proposed local law would not cause the substantial adverse impairment of the character or quality of important historical, architectural, or aesthetic resources or of existing community character of the town of Seneca Falls. 15, the proposed local law will not cause a substantial adverse impairment of the character or quality or important archaeological resources in or around the town of Seneca Falls. 16, the proposed local law is intended in part to avoid possible human health hazards from waste disposal and would not cause the creation of any hazard to human health. 17, the proposed local law would not cause a substantial change in agricultural, open space, or recreational resources. 18, the proposed local law would not result in the encouraging or attracting of a large number of people to the town of Seneca Falls for more than a few days compared to the number of people who would come to the town of Seneca Falls absent of the proposed local law. 19, the proposed local law would not create a material demand for other actions that would result in one of the above referenced consequences. 20, the proposed local law would not cause changes in two or more elements of the environment as that term is defined at 6 NYCRR section 617.2 paragraph L, no one of which has a significant impact on the environment, but when considered together result in a substantial impact on the environment. 21, the proposed local law is not part of two or more related actions undertaken, funded, or approved by the town board, none of which has or would have a significant impact on the environment, but when considered cumulatively, would meet one or more of the criteria referenced herein. 22. In making these findings, the town board has considered reasonably related long-term, short-term, direct, indirect, and cumulative impacts, and has considered the significance of any likely consequences of the proposed local law. 23, based on the town board's investigation and evaluation of the potential environmental impacts of the proposed local law, and considering both the magnitude and importance of each environmental impact therein indicated, the town board makes the following determination with respect to the proposed local law. A, the proposed local law does not exceed or trigger any of the Type 1 thresholds set forth at 6 NYCRR Section 617.4, does not fall under any of the actions or classes of the actions designated Type 2 actions at 6 NYCRR Section 617.5, and therefore constitutes an unlisted action as that term is defined in 6 NYCRR Section 617.2, paragraph AK. This proposed local law would result in only small impacts and would result in no moderate to large or significant adverse environmental impacts. Accordingly, the town board hereby determines that the proposed local law would not have a significant effect on the environment, and the town board will not prepare an environmental impact statement in connection with the proposed local law. 24, as a consequence of the foregoing, the town board has determined to issue a negative declaration for the proposed local law. This resolution shall take effect immediately. So basically what this is saying is that the local law has a negative impact on the community. Does not, right. Excuse me, it's a long night. So it's a negative declaration. And I make a motion to accept this resolution.
Second.
Any discussion?